tear you apart. Would you yell it from the rooftops down until it's over and you're older? I feel so alive tonight. You got me feeling sublime. I wanna yell it from the rooftops down until it's over and we're older, like sugar and cyanide. Our worlds are meant to collide. I'm gonna yell it from the rooftops down until it's over and we're older.
Hello. Hi, it is me, Wolfhead Brony. Let me check if OBS has me recording. Yes, it is recording me. Hi, everybody. Hi, Kanto. Hi, Sun. And those are the only people who have made themselves known, so I will address them specifically. It is Wolfhead Brony reaction to Scribbler fanfic time. And Scribbler has informed me that if I do this, I'm going to be sitting here for 4 hours, for 4+ hours. And I was like, basically that's like watching 2 Marvel movies back to back. So I think I'll be fine. How is everyone in the chat? Everybody okay? Is everybody good? Oh, my cat has come in the room to disturb me and come and freaking show up on the freaking audio, I guess. What do you want? I don't know if they could hear you, but you're mewing like a mad lad. All right. Well, let's see. Let me switch my outputs real quick to my speakers, or to the microphone speakers. Let me put my headphones on so we can get right into this. Let me switch. I gotta get into the habit of using my Stream Deck, because I still click on the OBS app when I don't have to. I can just press buttons on my Stream Deck, but I never do that, and it's so stupid. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, hello. Hi, it is me. It is your boy. It is indeed the lad, the mad lad himself. So here's the deal. I don't know anything about History Repeats. I was skimming around the first video to try and find a picture for the prologue, or a picture for the fucking thumbnail. Can't help but notice there's a human here. And the instant I saw the human, I was like, whose self-insert OC is that? Who inserted themselves into this story? And then I realized that Scribbler wrote this, and that doesn't look like Scribbler. You know, like, maybe it's just meant to be some random dude. Yeah, maybe it's meant to be some random dude. My cat is excited to get the stream started. So, I'm going to listen to the prologue, episode 1, down here. Episode 2. We're not going to mess with the trailers. Why would you watch the trailer when the episode itself is right before you? We're just going to hop in. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to hop in, and that's what we're going to do. All right? So let's start with the prologue. You motherfuckers take me here. I don't know how we're starting with the circus music, but here we are. Chat, tell me if the volume is okay. Or if you can hear it at all. Yeah, you can hear it. Might have to turn it up a tad bit. I'm just trying to gauge. Alright. Here we go.
Yes, everything's gonna be just fine. The newly crowned.
Wait, can we get a retake on that?
Yes, everything's gonna be just fine.
The instant a character in one of Scribbler's grimdark fics or drama fics goes, everything is gonna be just fine. Don't trust it. Don't trust it. In fact, can we hear that again? I want to hear that one more time. Twilight, you hit me with that line one more time.
Everything's gonna be just fine.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
Do not believe her. Shit's gonna go sideways.
The newly crowned Princess Twilight Sparkle soared above the alabaster spires of Canterlot, her broad wings catching the wind as if she'd been born in the skies. Raucous cheers and stomped applause echoed up from below as she took an aerial victory lap around the lofty capital. All was well.
For how long?
The festivities lasted well into the night, with Twilight and her friends and family the center of every pony's delighted attention. Music and song filled the air, and many a glass was tipped in joyful toasting. With the departure of Princess Luna to attend to the raising of the moon, the guests of honor retired for the night in luxurious chambers in the royal palace.
Oh, really? That was quick.
Several hours later, on the highest balcony of the palace, Princess Luna opened her eyes.
For the first time.
With her legs firmly planted and her head turned toward the huge full moon she'd raised earlier.
What?
Her horn was blazing. Her ageless heart pounded, and her immortal lungs fought for breath.
The physicality of unicorns is so weird. At least in the MLP universe. It's like, hey, there's something wrong with my horn. It's like, we don't know. It's only like, when it comes to like Alicorn's physiology, we don't know shit. It's just you, Celestia, Twilight, and Cadence and their baby, I guess.
Sweat shone on her dusky hide. Like her royal sister, Luna had no need to sleep, or eat, or drink, doing so merely as an affectation. In years past, she had survived for 10 centuries bound on the moon, with frustration and boredom far greater threats than starvation and thirst. But every night for the past week, she had focused her magic and sought to explore the nighttime imaginings of her sleeping subjects. She'd found herself asleep, and gripped by a dream of her own instead. Luna spread her wings and took to the air, cutting through the sky like a blue-black arrow. Seconds later, she was standing at the edge of Princess Celestia's silken bed. The elder Alicorn soon stirred and awoke.
Luna? What's wrong?
I am here to kill you. No, she's not here for that.
Luna's voice slurred with the disorientation of one not quite fully awake.
We must speak now.
I'm tired.
She was not wearing her enchanted regalia, and without the relics, she was closer to Luna's size and a touch less awesome in demeanor. But no.
She was closer to Luna's size? So the relics just made her legs longer or bigger or
It was
something?
lovely. She raised her head, her lustrous mane shifting on her pale neck.
Luna. The dream.
Oh my god, she is.
Celestia smiled warmly.
Everything is fine, sister. I promise.
Luna flapped her wings huffily.
Vision, sister. It is a vision, a warning. We must find her. We must bring her here. As long as she stands on equestrian soil, we shall prevail.
Celestia
Ooh.
frowned, but her eyes carried no anger.
Sister, the legends about those creatures were ancient before Equestria was even founded.
Anon? Anon? Are we getting an Anon? There's a human being in the thumbnail. Okay, obviously Scribbler didn't put an Anon in this story. She put a person that she will never refer to them as Anon, but I will refer to them as Anon.
It has been countless generations since one was even rumored to have come to our world. What makes you think—
Please, Sally.
Luna surged forward until her face was inches from Celestia's.
There is no time to lose. We have to send some pony to find her.
Luna!
Why is it a her?
Celestia drew back in alarm, but then settled down and gave her sibling a silent, appraising look.
Sister, today was a wonderful day for us. For Equestria. There wasn't the slightest hint of any trouble.
Probably for Twilight more than
What are you
anybody.
telling me?
Luna looked away. She bit her lip.
There are secrets in the dark that the light never touches, Celestia.
Fuck are you, Yoda?
See things you don't.
She folded her wings and hung her head.
I need you to trust me on this. Please.
Celestia watched the gentle flowing of her sister's translucent, star-speckled mane for a long moment before moving closer to nuzzle her neck.
I do trust you, Luna. I do. If you're so sure it's important, we can talk about deciding on some pony to go and find this creature and bring her back.
Thank you, sister.
Luna nuzzled Celestia back, but her eyes were troubled and distant.
Alright. Okay. Setting up a lot of shit. What am I looking at right now? It's like a portal to hell.
The volcano was wreathed in acrid ashen smoke, filtering the early morning light and casting all colors in muted shades of gray. The only brightness came from the orange glow of the magma in the crater's core. On the volcano's rim, a dark figure stood, staring down at the molten rock. The elderly ram's emaciated frame was ill-suited even to the task of supporting the black hooded cloak that covered it.
The legend. The goat, the myth, the legend, Grogar. I can't wait to see what Scribbler does with Grogar. Probably better than what the show did with him. Or Discord in fucking disguise.
Only his curling blue-black horns were visible. He didn't turn around when a teal Pegasus alighted a few paces behind him.
Who is
The
that?
mare carried a full pair of saddlebags on her haunches.
You took longer than I expected you to.
Who is voicing Grogar right now? Who is that?
Lightning dust.
That's lightning
His
dust?
voice was dry as tinder.
Why?
Beginning to think you wouldn't come back.
I work better when the folks who hire me keep me in the loop. Maybe I would have got back quicker if you'd mentioned the dragons.
The Pegasus snorted disdainfully.
What is
Flicked
happening?
A short orange mane out of her eyes with a flick of her head. The action revealed a fresh claw mark on the side of her face. The ram let out a desiccated chuckle.
You said you were the fastest pony there is. I assumed
Lies.
you'd outpace them without any trouble.
His voice dropped in tone.
It's the nectar you needed to focus on. Did you fetch it?
Yeah, I got your plant goo.
She rummaged in her bags and retrieved a small clay jug.
It wasn't as tough as you said it would be. I guess those young dragons like dipping gems in this stuff to polish them. They pretty much cut it to pieces by the time I showed up.
The ram tensed, an irritated growl making the edge of his hood ripple.
Those simpletons!
His voice took on a fierce, throaty edge.
That was the first full-grown specimen in 200 years. They could have...
The ram caught himself, and then took a moment to calm down.
No matter. With this, I can begin.
The folds of the ram's coiled horns glowed with a starkly colorless inner light, and a similar aura surrounded the clay jug. It floated over, to hang in midair next to the ram as he trotted up to a small black iron cauldron which sat on the edge of the crater. With
Okay.
a further glow, a dollop of black mud lifted out of the cauldron.
Muck from a battlefield's blood-soaked soil.
The ram intoned, and then tossed the filth into the magma below.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
The ram ignored the pony, magicking up and unstoppering the clay jug.
Is he gonna throw lightning dust into the pit Obviously, if he did it, I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think Lightning Dust is kind of an asshole, so I'm not gonna miss her.
Nectar of a full-grown lashing flume.
The thick golden syrup spilled into the crater. Lightning Dust took a step forward.
You said you'd pay me.
Again, the ram's only reply was to continue feeding the volcano.
Oh, she's gonna die.
Of a black rock oil.
Lightning Dust scowled.
Can you hear me?
A tainted sea's unwholesome spume.
Stop ignoring me, you old goat!
Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. The tail of a mouse, the end of a carrot, and the tooth of a jackalope.
She stomped over to within a pace of the hooded ram and snagged his robe in her teeth. She jerked
Don't do that.
backward, uncovering her erstwhile employer.
Don't do that.
She gasped. The thing before her was bare to its blackened bones. Its fleshless jaws were lined with hooked fangs, and its empty sockets glowed with baleful red pinpoints in place of eyes. A tarnished silver bell hung around its neck bones.
A scrap of pickled hydra skin.
I love how he just continues to just go along with whatever he's doing. He's like, hey, I'm naked right now, which is probably not a problem because my genitals are gone. But, you know, I don't have a robe, but it's very important that I do this, so I'm going to just continue doing it.
The skeletal horror turned to face her at last.
And blood from a traitor to her kin.
A silver-bladed sickle.
And blood from a traitor to their kin. Yeah, Lightning Dust is about to die.
Floated up out of the cauldron. Lightning Dust backed away. Her ears drooped.
What are you talking about? Me? You mean me? No way!
No, the pony behind you.
She turned and spread her wings.
Oh, no.
With a flare from the undead ram's horns, Dust found herself hanging in the air, as still as a stone. Her saddlebag slipped off her haunches and dropped to the barren ground.
Oh, but you are. By helping me, you damned your entire world.
Bring him
The
back.
helpless Pegasus around, dangling her over the molten pit. The hovering sickle lashed out and made a thin slash across her right cutie mark. Dust cried out, galloping in midair and struggling against the monster's magical grip. Blood ran down her leg, and a few drops fell down into the darkening magma.
Ah, but you were right. I did promise you a reward, didn't I? Very well then. Have your life. If you can keep it.
The aura surrounding the Pegasus vanished. Dust struggled to right herself and catch an updraft as she tumbled down toward the bubbling surface. The heat singed her hide, but she gathered some precious lift. All around her, the magma began to bubble and seethe, a purple-black corruption spreading through the orange ooze like venom in a wound.
Okay. All right.
The magma's level began to rise, and columns of darkened sludge surged upward like the tentacles of some vast undersea beast. Dust squinted against the eye-stinging smoke and trusted her wind sense alone to help her dodge the rising obstacles. She streaked out of the crater, a tail length ahead of a rising flood of boiling slime, a jagged lightning contrail marking her path. Behind her, the ram's hollow, cackling laughter echoed, followed by his mocking cry.
Yes. Flee. Run. It will do you no good.
Bring him back. What fucking song is this? I feel like I've heard this band before. Sunlestia as Twilight Sparkle. I've heard of Sunlestia. Tenkage as Celestia. I've never heard of Tenkage. Vladdy Voices as Luna. I feel like I've seen that name once or twice. Oh, I know who that is. I know who that is Applejack. Why does Applejack look like that? Wait a minute. Applejack, what happened? Oh, your mane got longer. It's not in a braid. Is Applejack's mane usually in a braid? I have no idea. Why am I thinking her mane is usually in a braid? No, it's like tied up, isn't it? It's something like that. She looks different. She looks different. Okay, that's just a fucking PNG you got off of Google Images. Wub Cake is Rainbow Dash? How old is this? How old is this? Wub Cake doing a Rainbow Dash voice. Take me back to 2016. Ribbon Chan as Pinkie Pie, okay. Ice Glaze is Rarity. Okay. Quirky Craft is Fluttershy. Cloud9 is Lightning Dust. Okay. Party Blossom is Apple Bloom. Kate Bug is Spike, like always. Greg F is Discord? I have no idea who that is. Discord looks troubled. It looks like he's met his match. Oh, I can't wait for that. I want to see Discord actually fight another character and him be like, "Aw, shit, I don't think I could win this." S Ninja as Grogar. S Ninja is doing the voice as Grogar? I have no idea who that is. I gotta look into their stuff. Haley C. McCarthy as Megan Williams. Megan Williams? Oh, is that the Anon? Is that the female Anon? Who the hell is Megan Williams? Is that a name after something? Narrated by Scribbler. Okay. Written by Saddle Soap Opera. Okay, so this wasn't written by Scribbler, but it was written by somebody else. I feel like I should know this band. Who the fuck is this band? I'm gonna guess it before it pops up. This is not Shinedown, is it? Something is telling me it's Shinedown, and it's not Shinedown. This is not Shinedown. Give me some credits for the song. Oh, you motherfucker. Alright, fine. Fine. Next video.
About rebooking.
Okay. Alright. Episode 1, 1,000 Eyes. Let's get this over with. Is the chat working? The chat has been still for like the past 20 minutes, and I don't know if the chat is broken. And if the chat is broken, I don't know who to blame. If people are sending messages and and I'm not responding, I want you to know the chat is broken. So what I'm going to do, if I refresh, will this break? Let's see. No, nobody's just talking, I guess. Alright, fine. Well, let's get into this.
Yes.
Or the chat is broken.
Just fine.
Luna, the dream again?
Vision, sister. It is a vision, a warning. We must find her. We must bring her here. As long as she stands on equestrian soil, we shall prevail.
The legends about those creatures were ancient before Equestria was even founded. It has been countless generations since one was even rumored to have come to our world.
There is no time to lose. We have to send some pony to find her. Please, Sally.
You took longer than I expected you to, Lightning Dust.
You said you'd pay me. I'm no traitor.
Oh, but you are. By helping me, you damned your entire world!
Ah!
Yes. Flee. Run. It will do you no good.
What song is this? Hi, Pam. Pam, can you tell me what song this is? This seems like the kind of music you listen to. Also, we have to skip the intro because I've seen it already. Here we go. So chat is working. Everybody's just being quiet. All right.
Applejack narrowed her eyes and tilted her head at the portable blackboard standing out in the open, grassy courtyard near the sculpture garden on the palace grounds. Not far away, Rarity was leafing through a romance novel at the base of a statue. Fluttershy was covered in local birds, busily braiding her mane, and Pinkie Pie was teetering precariously atop a stone vase, trying to mimic a statue's pose. Applejack tilted her head still further.
I have no idea. It should be in the description. Okay, all right. Hold on. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Artist. Music used. Opening song, closing song. Oh, so this is something actually from audio blocks. Is it? Hold the fucking phone. Wait a minute. So this is an actual song that doesn't have copyright on it, but it sounds like a song that has copyright on it. That is amazing. Okay, alright. I will click. Wait. I wish I could open a fucking thing in another tab on my other screen so I can look at that, but I have to pay attention to this. I have to see what's going on. I'm going to be here for 4 hours. I don't have time to dilly and dally.
Bodash frowned.
Oh, come on! It's as easy as falling off a cloud. Just follow the...
She turned to face the board she'd only just finished covering in curling, coiling dotted lines, X's, O's, and chevrons in 3 different colors of chalk. The board now looked like a schematic illustrating a bowl of noodles exploding. Dash chuckled sheepishly.
Okay. Maybe aerial hoopball is a little complicated. But still, you're one of the top athletes in Ponyville. You should totally be able to figure it out.
Applejack adjusted her Stetson with a hoof.
And why exactly do you want me to learn a sport that you can't play without wings?
Rainbow Dash sighed in frustration.
So that when Twilight gets back from her talk with Princess Celestia, we'll know what you're talking about when we both convince her to play on my team in the next big game. Did you see those wings of hers? She'll be a natural.
She smiled broadly at the prospect.
Well, as long as it's for a good cause.
Replied Applejack dryly. Rainbow Dash chuckled, and then dusted the board clean with a few swipes of a wing. She picked up a piece of chalk with her teeth. A sudden, chilling breeze caught Dash's attention mid-sentence and sent a shiver down her spine. Her multicolored tail frizzed. She turned around and found herself face to face with a...
Luna, what are you doing? What? Luna, what is this? What are you... Why you... Hey, yo, what's going on, boys? It's your boy, Luna. Come by. This next speech is brought to you by fucking Loot Crate. What the hell? Why? Why is she wearing that?
Dark blue alicorn. The chalk dropped out of Dash's mouth.
Princess Luna, don't you usually, not come out much in the daytime?
Luna straightened. Her translucent mane and tail were dusk pale in the daylight, and her eyes were narrow behind a pair of platinum-framed sunglasses.
This is no normal situation. We have an urgent task for thee. If thou art not too occupied with thy stalwart friend.
Luna nodded toward Applejack, who doffed her Stetson nervously. Dash stared, and then caught herself.
No, not really, Princess. I'm ready for anything.
Applejack stepped forward, putting her hat back in place.
Her hat?
Luna spread her wings.
Thy courage is admirable, Applejack, but sadly we cannot accept thy aid. This task doth call for flight.
The alicorn leaped into the...
So basically, yo, bitch, you don't got wings. We need Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash got wings. She is the... Wait, why? I gotta listen to this.
Come, Rainbow Dash. We must make haste.
Dash hovered, but then paused.
Flight. Should we get Twilight too? Or Fluttershy?
Luna's shaded eyes betrayed nothing.
Nay, loyal Rainbow Dash. The new princess is swift-winged, but unaccustomed to her new nature as of yet. And though gentle Fluttershy is most virtuous, this mission calls for a flyer of consummate skill.
What?
Shemaine, you're a fantastic flyer no pony else can match.
A faint blush colored Dash's face.
I won't let you down, Princess.
She gave a quick salute and then took off after the princess. She looked back over her shoulder and called out,
Oh, AJ! Tell the gang I'll be gone for a little while, okay?
Applejack craned her neck to watch the pair, shifting awkwardly.
Alright. I'll just be going. I reckon.
She turned and headed over to meet up with her other friends.
Alright. It's the end of that scene. Rainbow Dash has been summoned to do something else.
Luna flew with phenomenal speed, forcing Rainbow Dash to do something she hadn't needed to do since her assessment at the Wonderbolts Academy. Put in
I'm sorry. I don't know why I find this shit so funny. I'm sorry. I have no idea why this image, Luna with shades, is the funniest shit that I've ever seen in my whole life. And I guess she's wearing shades because she's not used to the sunlight, so she's like, it's like doing the thing that people who get cancer from sunlight easily do, where they just wear dark shades.
Luna flew with phenomenal speed, forcing Rainbow Dash to do something she hadn't needed to do since
Oh
her
my
assessment
God.
at the Wonderbolts Academy. Put in an effort.
Where are we going, Princess?
She shouted over the roar of the wind.
Cloudsdale's weathersmithy. Thou hast a rainbow to follow.
Luna shouted back.
What?
Luna offered no further explanation, and soon the pair approached the Pegasus Cloud City's industrial district. The air was cold and damp, and heavy with the spicy tang of liquid rainbow. Pegasi in safety gear toted baskets of snowflakes and barrels of rainbow to and fro, and heavy machinery thrummed and clanked in a constant basso backbeat.
Thrummed and clamped.
The largest and oldest pumps moving raw rainbow down to the assorted pools and basins and cloud ponds from which it spilled down to the ground below. Her horn flared, and the machine's controls glowed and adjusted themselves.
Whoa! Hey! You can't do that, Princess! The pipes will...
A rumble shook the cloud under Dash's hooves, and the needles in the machine's status gauges jerked to the right. A worried beige Pegasus stallion flapped over in a hurry. He skidded to a halt on sight of the princess.
Princess Luna, we didn't expect a royal inspection today. Could I...
How cool would it be? Well, it wouldn't be cool at all. But how funny would it be if Luna just got Rainbow Dash and just took her to her own job and was like, hey, just to remind you, I'm a princess. I'm going to go to your job and fuck shit up. And there ain't a damn thing you can do about it because I'm the princess. Obviously, there's a point. She's trying to make a point or something. She's trying to get to something. But as it looks right now, it just looks like she's just fucking about.
I help you with whatever you're...
Nay, we have no need for thee. Thou art dismissed.
Said Luna flatly. She continued adjusting the machine. The cloud lurched heavily enough to make Dash and the technician stagger. The technician stepped to and fro nervously.
I don't want to be a bother, but...
Luna
It's like the Wilhelm scream for ponies.
and then turned to glare at him, her eyes blazing white. He fled. Dash hovered over to Luna and angled to look her in the eyes.
Princess, this is a really bad idea. If you keep turning up the pressure, the machine's gonna blow.
Luna met Dash's gaze.
That is precisely our intention. We have need of a rainbow that doth reach beyond the edge of the skies themselves.
Dash stared in confusion.
Princess? What exactly do you need me to do?
In the far distance behind Dash, Luna watched a teal and orange streak gouge into the cloud streak like a falling star. A crowd quickly gathered around the crashed Pegasus. Luna narrowed her eyes. A magicked fog bank obscured the view.
Thou must follow a rainbow beyond the fairy borders of the world, Rainbow Dash, and seek out a creature of vast power. For Equestria shall soon have desperate need of her. Speak with
Female
her
and on.
and bring us back the Megan.
The Megan. Megan the Stallion?
Silence while Luna spoke. Then she flinched, sputtered, sniggered, and finally collapsed in a fit of raspy, choking laughter.
Bring us the Stallion, the Megan.
Luna frowned. Her magically enhanced ears picked out bits and pieces of the distant crushed pony's gasped entreaties.
Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me.
Luna bellowed, stomping thunder from the cloud beneath her hooves.
This is no laughing matter.
Dash struggled to control herself.
I'm sorry. But Princess, how can I find the Megan? It's just an old ponytail for folks.
Like Nightmare Moon.
How does everyone know about this tale?
Rainbow's expression became stricken.
Yeah.
An instant later,
I know a green screen explosion when I see one. And that was one hell of a green screen
the
explosion.
massive machine finally ruptured, and the entire cloud sank by a pony's height from the recoil as a massive multi-hued ribbon exploded forth from the shattered upper pipes. The glaringly bright rainbow stretched away into the distance, shrinking beyond sight. Rainbow Dash looked up in awe. What remained of her smirk dissolved.
Go forth, Rainbow Dash. Fly as fast as thy wings can carry thee. The rainbow...
Dude, Luna actually came to Rainbow Dash's job to explode a rainbow out of the fucking tank and then say, and then she dead ass was like, you need to follow that rainbow.
will guide thee. Seek out the Megan and bring her back with thee to Canterlot. We shall await thy return there.
But Princess!
Go now! That is a direct order from your princess, Rainbow Dash.
The Pegasus gave a single resolute nod before rocketing into the sky, arcing to follow the colorful path cutting the sky in two. Mere moments later, Pegasi swarmed into the area, some reacting to the explosion, and others spreading the word about the exhausted messenger's dire message.
Enough!
Luna boomed with royal confidence.
There is no cause for such alarm. This matter is well in horn. We promise you.
Luna stole a glance upward, where Rainbow Dash was already a speck on the horizon.
I mean, I know I just blew up a whole factory, but you guys need to chill out for a moment.
Everything will be all right.
Considering that Scribbler is doing a reading of this, I don't think everything will be alright. Stop luring me into a false sense of security. I'm expecting some ponies to die. I'm expecting some awful shit to happen. Hey, Scribbler. I love how Scribbler came in right as I said that. Okay, all the art is good. All the art is fine. All the art is fine. But holy shit. Fluttershy, why the long face? Or I'm sorry, I'm just gonna continue.
Pinkie Pie, Rarity, and Fluttershy were gathered in the palace's grand hall, facing Princess Luna as she strode through the doorway. Princess Celestia waited at the back of the room.
Princess Luna, Applejack mentioned you needed Rainbow Dash for something important. Is she back yet? We were going to head out soon.
Flutter derp face.
Thy friend is far away, and swift though she is, she shan't return so quickly.
Scribbler and everyone else in chat, I don't know if you've heard, but it's all over TikTok where there's this stupid ass meme of a specific breed of dog that has like a really long nose, and the whole joke is that the camera's on the dog, but the audio that's playing is like that stupid ass, let me do it for you, Krumi. Like, somebody in my chat has seen that meme, right? That's what this is. That's what plays in my head when I look at Fluttershy's face.
Twilight Sparkle raised an eyebrow at Luna's statement.
Far away? What do you mean?
Luna trotted forward. The group parted to allow her passage and followed.
Oh, god damn it.
Be assured it is a matter of crucial import, and a return shall merit a heroine's welcome.
Yeah, Scribbler is right. She has the breed of dog.
Her mentor.
Princess Celestia, did you know anything about this?
If Princess Celestia looks Twilight dead in her face and she's like, yep, I knew that she was going to go to Rainbow Dash's job and blow up a goddamn half of a factory, and out of that explosion would come a rainbow, and she needs to follow it to find the Megan, which Scribbler's probably going to be mad at me, but I have referred to Megan as female Anon. So that's what I'm going to be calling her for the rest of this stream. This type of this type of dog used to hunt wolves. Now we meme them. Natural progression.
Stepped closer to the group of ponies.
My sister has acted faster than I expected her to, but I was aware of her concerns. Luna believes there is a great danger and she...
Celestia paused. She met her sister's gaze and let a rare, awkward silence pass.
She has sent Rainbow Dash to recruit an ally.
More than that, sister, a savior!
Luna stomped a hoof, low echoing in the vaulted room.
Now that she is being retrieved, we can all breathe easy. No matter what danger is coming, we...
Not coming! It's already here!
The 5 ponies and their 2
Oh, look who it is! Look who it is! Somebody who's doing weird, odd jobs for bits.
turned toward the vast double doors, where a teal Pegasus mare was struggling in the grasp of 2 royal guards. The mare was wide-eyed and haggard.
Fucking Grogar sliced my right ass cheek in half.
Shone on her hide and in her tangled mane, and a hastily wrapped bandage covered her right flank.
Apologies, Princess. She crashed into the topiary garden and then flew straight here. She was too fast for us,
said one of the guards.
Not faster than Rainbow Dash.
Squinted, and then her eyes widened.
Hey, I remember you from the academy. Lightning Dust, you nearly...
That's not important. You need to evacuate. Head as far north as you can. Now!
Twilight, Rarity, Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, and Applejack spoke up at once, peppering the Pegasus with questions.
I don't
Rada 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 rada. Of course, Pinkie. I love Pinkie so much. It's like, this is a serious situation. She's all happy.
Princess Celestia spread her wings for silence, and then spoke when the ponies complied.
Lightning Dust, please tell us what's happened.
Dust sagged in the guard's grip.
I don't really know, Princess. I tried to explain in Cloudsdale. There was this ram, but he wasn't a ram. More like a monster. And he did something to a volcano in the Badlands, and it...
Also, he sliced my right ass cheek in half. Did I mention that part? Also, Scribbler, I have to give you props. I love how you took Grogar and made him an actual threat. Can't say the same for the show, but I love how you made me afraid of Grogar, and I've only seen him for like 10 minutes.
Badlands? That's halfway across Equestria from here. Why aren't you warning Dodge Junction or Appaloosa?
Dust winced and looked away. Her wings drooped.
Appaloosa and Dodge are gone.
What?
Standing before Dust shared
It's gone?
Applejack reacted first, her voice a faint whisper.
What do you mean it's gone? It's a town. It doesn't just disappear.
Dust
Explain.
against the ugly memory.
You need to explain.
Wave of purple slime hit them. Covered in something.
They got fucking gacked, dude.
Like it was alive. It was covered in these big, staring eyes. Every pony who got covered in it just gave up. They lay there and
Doesn't sound like any gack I've ever heard.
they hardly even breathed.
Dust shuddered. Her voice cracked. When she opened her eyes, they shone with tears.
I wanted to do right this time. I wanted to prove that I wasn't a... I tried to help them. I tried. I tried to tell them. But they weren't fast enough. I wasn't fast enough.
She huddled up and hung her head, slouching on the...
To be fair, the primary author of this one is Saddle Soap Opera. I love that name. I just added supplementary material, so Grogar being scary is his doing. Yeah, you know what's crazy about that statement? Like, 5 minutes before you said that and I gave you praise, I read out loud that, this person wrote this, so Scribbler just put voices behind it. My head is empty. I swear to God, I don't remember anything 5 seconds in the past. Nothing sticks to this brain.
like a vulture.
I couldn't save them. I flew. I flew away. They wouldn't listen to me. Even in my own city, they wouldn't even stop what they were doing to hear what I had to say. They were more concerned with that stupid weather factory than with me telling them that they were all about to. And when the slime came, it happened so fast that I couldn't. I thought maybe Dodge or Appaloosa they'd be more likely to listen to me. But they didn't. And now they're gone.
Luna's eyes showed sympathy, but her righteous expression did not falter. Twilight's eyes tightened. She swallowed despite her dry mouth.
And now this slime is coming this way?
Dust nodded silently. Twilight stomped a hoof and spread her wings in defiance.
Well, we're not gonna let it get to Canterlot, or to Ponyville, or anywhere else.
Her friends agreed with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Princess Celestia smiled proudly and nodded in approval. Princess Luna remained silent.
You sound just like him.
Pinkie Pie tilted her head.
Sheriff and Dodge.
Twilight lowered her gaze, her wings folded.
Princess?
Celestia nodded.
Go. Go back to Ponyville, all of you. Protect the ones dear to you. And you like
Gotta warn them of the gack.
the word in Cloudsdale. We'll
Tell them about the gack.
see this time. In the meantime, Luna and
her sisters once more.
There is a lot we need to discuss.
All right.
A world away.
Okay, well, there's Bald Anon. I'm going to refer to every human being in this story as some kind of Anon with some kind of physical attribute or some kind of other trait. So this is Bald Anon. This is Therapist Anon, actually, because he does look like a therapist. He's sitting in, like, the therapist chair. He has a therapist sweater.
So, would you like to tell me what's on your mind?
Dr. Sewell.
I know that fucking voice. No, what have I done? Now I've put myself in a situation where even though the voice is familiar, I will never remember the name. And I know the name of this voice actor, and I've said his name before. I can... Okay, in order to save face, I'm going to describe his OC. He shows up in Scribbler's project sometimes. I don't know his name. But he is like a dark blue unicorn, and he has like a fucking magician hat, and he has like a magician thing. I lied by accident. I did write them. Yeah, that's who he is. I did write the majority of this scene with Salah's blessing. Yeah, I figured.
Smooth and even. He spoke without corners, all in gentle curves, not unlike his plump physique. His pale green eyes peered over his wire-framed glasses as he stroked his...
You're gonna have to tell me that. There's gonna be so many moments where Scribbler's gonna have to repeat that name to me over and over and over and over and over again. As long as I react to something Scribbler does, and as long as she keeps putting his voice in projects, there will always be moments where I'm like, I know that voice, and she's just gonna roll her eyes at me.
His salt and pepper goatee. He wore a cheery green sweater vest over a...
His voice is heavenly. Yeah, he has a very distinct voice.
The same shade as the drapes in the wood-floored office. He clasped his hands in his lap. His current patient lit a cigarette and held a drag for a moment before sighing out smoke. She slid low in the heavily cushioned leather armchair and spoke to the ceiling.
I started dreaming again.
Her voice was husky and wearied.
I'm gonna assume that this is the Megan. I thought this word said thong for a moment, but everyone relax. This scene needs to zoom out.
Not unlike her emaciated physique. Her watery blue eyes stared up at the acoustic tiles through the strands of unruly straw blonde hair which had escaped being tied back. She wore torn blue jeans and a faded black t-shirt decorated with white block letters that read KMFDM and Godlike. Above and below a harsh woodcut image of a hand reaching out to grab the world.
Bad dreams, you mean?
Sewell didn't pose it as a question. She let her right hand hang down over the side of the chair, her cigarette sprinkling ash on the floor, and slid her left down her pale face.
Yeah.
I noticed you canceled the trip to the petting zoo.
Sewell made the observation with the benignity of a comment about the weather, but a subtle note of accusation rang through.
The children were very disappointed, from what I hear.
His patient shifted to sit upright, and then sagged forward, resting her forearms on her thighs.
I can't go.
Sewell let a silent moment pass and watched his patient take another drag before he replied.
You can't make progress until you confront your fears, Megan. You need to see that these animals are perfectly normal and safe, so that you can get beyond your coping mechanism and remember what really happened to you.
Megan's fingers squeezed her legs.
I know.
There's a lot going on here.
Okay. I messed up. I'm sorry.
Sewell gave her a sympathetic half smile.
I'm not trying to shame you, and you don't need to apologize. But
it's important that you do everything you can to get well. We need to work together here, Megan. Can you do that?
She raised her head to look into his eyes.
I'll try.
Did you remember to fill in your dream diary?
Wordlessly, she tossed him a tiny waitress-style spiral notepad. He flipped through it, scanning the asymmetrical lines of scrawl.
I still don't see the point of it.
Keeping a dream journal is the best way to train your mind that dreams are important.
Okay then. I still don't see why my dreams are important.
Megan dragged compulsively on her cigarette.
Dream journals cultivate self-awareness, and self-awareness is the key to lucid dreaming. If we can get you to...
Have you guys ever heard of the theory that a lot of dreams are like very similar, but because of a lot of dreams are very similar, they also mean like very specific things. Like some people have the dream of like sometimes your teeth are falling out. That means you're like anxious or you have anxiety or something. I remember one time I had a dream, and it wasn't even what happened in the dream that got me. It was because it felt so real. I had a dream where I don't know if I fell or I jumped, but I went off the side of the building, and just for this tiniest moment, for the tiniest like split second, I felt my body hit the ground. That's what still freaks me out to this day. I still remember that dream, but like I remember like 5% of my dreams, but that dream stuck with me throughout my entire life.
Where your dreams are lucid dreams, you can actually change the repetitive nature of what you dream about into something healthier.
Dr. Sewell's eye caught on a rough diagram of a short, squat, rather chubby horse with a ribbon in its tail. The horse had wings.
I think I'm way too aware of myself already.
Dr. Sewell sighed and closed the notepad, but did not give it back.
Megan, one of the first steps to healing is self-acceptance. You need to accept the reality of what happened to you. You tell me that you do, but honestly, I don't see much evidence of it.
I don't know what he's referring to, but I am very nervous. You know, like I don't like obviously it's some kind of trauma, right? It's some kind of trauma. I'm gonna be sitting here for 4+ hours. I don't know what kind of trauma it is. Trauma is always bad. I was about to say hopefully it's not that bad. I'm like, nah, trauma is always bad. Scribbler's gonna whoever wrote this, the person who wrote this, and because of Scribbler's flair that she puts on it, my heart's gonna get kicked in the dick again. I'm gonna feel a lot of feelings.
I do accept it.
Megan's eyes drifted.
I accept what everyone has told me.
Look at your own phrasing there. You accept what others have told you happened to you. But you have not accepted the reality of what happened to you. You still, on some level, believe the fantasies that your mind constructed to shield you from that reality.
Megan hunched in on herself.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Sewell
Stop apologizing to your therapist.
As I said before, there really is no need to apologize, Megan. None of this is your fault. To be honest, I'm very proud of the progress you've made since I first met you. Always remember how far you've come already and be proud of that. Working with other troubled young people is a tremendous step. If sometimes you stumble, well, that's not the end of the world. What's important is that you pick yourself up, look at why you stumbled, and work to make sure you're prepared for the next time, so you don't stumble again.
The man is correct. He's correct.
Megan
You were about to say I'm sorry. We fucking caught you.
See about rebooking the petting zoo visit.
Dr. Sewell smiled.
Wonderful.
Megan did not return his smile.
No, this is depressing.
She wrapped her gunmetal grey raincoat closer and leaned forward into the rain spitting from the night sky.
Of course it has to be raining, right? Like, of course, it just has to be pouring down raining.
On the sidewalk. She listened to the growls and splashes of passing cars on her right as they echoed off the soaring buildings to her left and the rhythmic slapping of her sneakers on the wet pavement. They were normal sounds.
Swear to God, if a car goes by and they hit a puddle and she gets drenched in fucking sidewalk water,
Real world sounds.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
While stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change so that she could reach her bus stop, she rummaged in her pockets for a cigarette and her lighter. Both fell into a puddle at the sound of trotting hooves.
It's a mounted cop.
Megan silently told herself she felt
This goddamn face. This is the face you put on when it's like, oh shit. I am in trouble now. This is depressing. No, that's just a Scribbler audio drama. What else can you expect? Bro, I've been listening to so many Scribbler audio drama. Like, I shouldn't be surprised at this point. I really shouldn't. I'm gonna be sad. I might as well just dive headfirst into it.
muscles clench and her pulse start to race.
It's always a cop. Look at him. Just turn and look.
But why would the cop fuck with you, though? You didn't do anything.
Beats got louder. She hugged herself and tightly closed her eyes. In the silent fireworks playing out behind her eyelids, every distorted shape was a threatening one. A snarling, horned face, roaring dragons, chains, a boiling whirlpool, a hissing wildcat with glowing eyes, a tolling bell, and everywhere, tiny horses screaming.
They aren't
She's seeing a prophecy. She is seeing a prophecy. She sees the future of Equestria. That's what she's dreaming about. All right, okay. Yeah, so all right, okay. Pieces are starting to be put into place. I get it.
real. Damn it, they aren't real.
She let out a small whimper.
Are you okay, miss?
Megan jerked her head forward and looked at the source of the voice with the desperate haste of someone tearing off an adhesive bandage.
I'm fine.
It's just raining out here, and
She managed.
I'm
after
cold.
A few seconds of wide-eyed staring. The police officer looked at her the way so many people looked at her, with concern and not a little apprehension, like she was an unexploded bomb or something. His horse was yours.
You ever have people look at you like that? It's like, oh, there's something wrong with this one. It's like, what the fuck? Bro, it's raining. I'm just trying to get home. I'm just a person.
A chestnut mare who leaned forward a little, making Megan jump back with a jolt.
Are you sure you're okay, miss?
The real answer is no, but you're not my therapist. So just gonna get on that bus over there.
Yes, I'm sure.
Megan shoved her hands into her pockets so that the horse's soft, velvety mouth could not touch her bare skin. The police officer did not look like he believed her.
It's her memories? Wait, Scribbler, you're spoiling me. Stop spoiling me, Scribbler.
Weather's turned sour. You should probably get indoors.
The addendum, if you have anywhere to go,
Wait.
was unspoken,
Memories
but
in
clear
question.
nonetheless.
Just heading home now, sir.
Are you walking the whole way?
You gotta get on a bus, dude.
Bus.
Yeah, bus.
Megan resisted taking a step back. She knew she already looked like a crazy person. Heck, there was no looked about it.
All right, then. Should be one along pretty soon if you hurry.
Okay. Thank you, officer.
The officer slowly nodded and then directed his mount onward. The chestnut mare trotted on. Megan's
It's not a spoiler. This is literally the sequel to G1. Also, I would like to, can I even talk about this? Lost just posted something on her Patreon, and the title says she's back. So, she's going to be releasing something. So be on the lookout for that. I'm not going to read this on stream. I'll read this in my own time. But I'm very excited to see that Lost is doing stuff again.
stayed where she was until the noise of the city swallowed up every trace of the receding hoofbeats. Far above her, past the rain clouds, in the deep black of the night sky, a shooting star with a multi-hued tail flared into being.
Wait, it's raining, but there's also a shooting star? Okay, cool.
By sunset, a wall of piled sandbags encircled the outskirts of Ponyville in anticipation of the sinister flood. The town's ponies had worked together with diligence and song, finishing the work in record time. All of the youngest and oldest ponies were safe and sound on the upper floors of homes and buildings, and most things of value were packed up with them. A heavy silence fell over the town, full of tension and anticipation.
We're preparing for a threat that we have never seen before.
Workers, and then alighted on the town side of the new wall,
Is that Derpy?
and knitting her brows.
So quiet.
That's Derpy. Derpy hoes. Derpy, 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 Derpy.
Whispered.
I love the background here. Yeah, I didn't say anything about the background, but I'll go back a little bit. This shot right here, really good. I know that artists hate working on backgrounds. I know enough artists to be like, well, to have this assumption that all artists is like, hey, I'll draw you a bust. I'll even draw you a full character portrait. I'll even draw you a ref sheet. But for the love of fucking God, do not ask me to draw a background, because that shit will take like half a year to complete if I get to work on it right now as I'm typing you this.
A heavy silence fell over the town, full of tension and anticipation. Fluttershy set down a tray of refreshments for the break wall workers, and then
You did this? Good work.
The new wall, folding her wings and knitting her brows.
So quiet.
She whispered.
A little too quiet.
Oh no.
Pie hopped out from behind a dirt pile.
Don't do it. Don't play the sousaphone, what the fuck is the name of that instrument from the show? That we had a whole episode where she was like, I want to learn how to play this, and then she blew air into it, and she was super annoying for an episode. What is that? Somebody in chat knows.
Playing a raucous tune on a small coiled horn made of crystal.
Pinkie, go home. I love you, but please get out of here. Flugelhorn, thank you.
Her frizzy pink tail flopped to and fro in time with the honking notes. Several watchful ponies in the surrounding area jerked.
Who wants a flugelhorn? I want a flugelhorn. Who else wants a flugelhorn? I want a flugelhorn.
Surprise, and then
We all know that scene.
Party pony with disapproving glares. Pinkie's music petered out and stopped. She said through the horn and backed away sheepishly.
There, in the distance.
A Pegasus stallion hovering a few pony heights above Pinkie pointed a hoof southward. A dark purple shadow was covering ground far in the distance, spreading toward Ponyville from the south, like the nightfall spreading from the east.
Is that the gag?
Ponies at the wall leaped into action, double-checking its construction and shoring up thinner areas.
Is that Luna?
Just seem so afraid of this thing.
Fluttershy hovered over to stand next to Pinkie.
What should we do?
Pinkie inhaled to speak, but then a full body spasm sent her wobbling back and forth. Her tail swirled and her eyelids fluttered.
Oh no,
She
not the
finally
twitchy
came
tail.
first after a straight-legged backflip. Fluttershy drew back in alarm.
Pinkie, I've never seen you get a pinky sense like that before.
Oh, it's a big one.
What does it mean?
If it's a big one, it's a big one, which means a big one is coming. So you better get ready. Even she looks fucking disturbed by how big it was. It's like, oh no, that was a bad one.
Very quiet. She was still a stone for 5 heartbeats, but then she perked back up to her usual broad grin and loud, high voice.
It means we should go check on every pony else. Come on, Fluttershy.
You know something. You know something.
Fluttershy scrambling to take off and hover after her. At the center of town, Twilight Sparkle and her favorite assistant were hard at work organizing the preparation efforts. Twilight's horn was glowing, as were the dozen parchments and half-dozen quills orbiting around her. The pens all wrote at once, a testament to the alicorn's burgeoning arcane power. Spike the dragon was scurrying this way and that, maintaining Twilight's in and out boxes by toting fresh and completed checklists and papers. A few yards away, Rarity's horn was also aglow. 7 blue glowing canvas sacks were assembling themselves one by one as they hovered.
Never get tired of the Spike having a baby crush on Rarity jokes. You look at him, he's just like, her neck is so perfect. It's like, what? Her neck? What are you...
Casting shadows over her pristine white hide. Each bag was stitched to sandbag perfection and embroidered with her stylized R insignia.
Spoilers, Pony will die. Mods ban that man? Nah, I'm joking. Of course. This is on Scribbler's channel. Of course ponies are gonna die.
Pinkie hopped over with a cheery smile.
Hey, Twilight. Hey, Rarity. Looks like the... whatever it is coming pretty soon. Have you seen Applejack anywhere? And is Dashy back yet?
Twilight's eyes didn't leave her work.
Applejack is fortifying Sweet Apple Acres. And Rainbow Dash is...
A few of the floating papers wavered.
still not back yet.
Oh.
Pinkie Pie's smile lost an inch or two of width.
Okie dokie then. If you see them, tell them...
Pinkie pondered for a moment.
Tell them Pinkie said to keep on smiling.
Will do.
Twilight was slowed by her swarming busywork.
Thank you.
Slowed once again.
Such helpful information.
Why can't you just tell them you're...
Pinkie was already gone.
What was that all about?
Did Pinkie run away? That means like Pinkie knows what's gonna happen. She's like, I gotta get the hell out of Dodge.
I don't know. Just Pinkie being Pinkie?
Spike passed by with a pile of inventory sheets.
Maybe so?
Rarity narrowed her well-decorated eyes.
Maybe not.
Fluttershy shrugged apologetically, at a loss to contribute to the conversation. Her front hooves were outstretched to receive Rarity's shipment of haute couture sandbags for delivery. The timid Pegasus took to the air and headed back to the breakwall's dirt pile to have the bags filled and distributed. But a few wing beats from the site, a shadow loomed in the southern distance. Fluttershy drifted to the ground, and the bags dropped. Fluttershy's jaw did likewise.
What do you see?
Boiling, purple-black tidal wave was building a few hundred yards from Ponyville.
Oh, it's the GAC!
The vicious sludge lashed and lunged as it flowed, like a clot of worms writhing in a thin bag. The outer surface was dotted with staring, shallow-socketed eyes that rolled to and fro in mindless stares. The wave crested and fell, and a rolling wall of the slime streaked toward the breakwall at a galloping pace. All around Fluttershy, ponies broke and ran and flew in a panic, desperate to escape. Fluttershy stood in mute shock until a galloping earth pony jostled her aside, and she snapped to her senses. She spread her wings and took flight seconds before the syrupy mass struck the sandbag wall. The first impact...
I really like how the schmooze in the background turned out. Went with something different with it. Oh, shit. That's what that is!
The sandbags flying, but the wall held back the noxious tide.
Okay, you... The eyes makes it like 50 times creepier. The fact that it's just like goop with eyes in it is like... Damn. What the hell, man?
Till the tide began to climb. Fluttershy rose higher and sprinted for her cottage on the town outskirts.
The schmooze is the stuff of nightmares. Bruh. The schmooze is Discord's friend. He can't be that bad.
Placed on a hilltop as it was, the home had seemed pointless to fortify. But now... At the same time, not far away, Applejack and her bulky brother approached a second break wall around Sweet Apple Acres, which encompassed the Zap Apple Field and the farm's primary buildings.
Well, Apple was Miss Shirley at school in town, and Granny Smith's up at the farmhouse. Now that the pony folk are safe, no reason not to shore up this here wall. Gotta keep our livelihood protected.
Yup.
Agreed Big Macintosh. Above them, a pink and yellow streak shot past and then briefly doubled back.
Get off the ground. The walls won't stop it. It's coming. Hurry!
Fluttershy flew off without another word. Before the Apple siblings could do more than share a look of concern, a low, bone-shaking thud turned their gazes to the nearby first brick wall. The slime with 1,000 eyes had struck and was already spilling over.
Y'all gotta leave. You know, like, y'all gotta get the fuck out of there. I think Pinkie left. Fluttershy is leaving. Y'all have to abandon everything and leave. I'm pretty sure that some ponies are gonna get caught in the gack, in the fucking schmooze. Y'all gotta leave. Like, straight up.
Over the wall. You make sure the barn's secure and we're in a safe.
Big Mac stared out at the endless tide of purple filth surging toward the closer sandbag wall. He hung his head and let the grass stem between his teeth fall.
They don't die when the schmooze touches them. They just give up. That kind of sounds worse. What do you mean they just give up? What was that? Like, does that... Okay, I gotta see. I need a visual representation of this.
The stallions kicked, smashing through the hayloft doors, down in the attic's soft contents.
Applejack, get out of here! Save yourself! Buck! Psh, ah! She just goes flying across the field.
But safe and out of reach.
So I assume... Yeah, Big Mac is gone. That this one body count so far. Can we keep a body count? Can I do something on YouTube chat where I can have a body count? Let me see. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. I'm gonna type in body count. Every time I react to something Scribbler does, I'm gonna type in this thing called body count. And whenever a character dies, I want chat to keep count of how many characters die. Oh no, that's not what I thought it was. Alright, fine. I will keep count of how many characters die. So the schmooze is an actual thing? From what I understand, the schmooze is like an actual enemy in G1. Like it's an actual like threat. But in G4, he was just kind of a goofy guy.
In the middle of town, the air was thick with the stench of the purple muck and the sounds of ponies shouting and screaming and crying. Twilight and Rarity stood side by side, backing away from the roiling slime pouring through the street. Spike stood on the ground between them, weaving to peek between their legs as he followed them in retreat.
You should fly away, Twilight. Those wings aren't just for show, you know. I'm not leaving you.
Can't you carry her? I could sit on your back and you could...
I don't think I'm strong enough yet to fly while carrying a full-grown pony for long.
She turned to face Rarity.
And I don't want to risk losing you if I carry you.
Scribbler is telling me that I should react to the G1 schmooze movie. MLP G1 schmooze movie. The schmooze. Oh my god! It is exactly... This happened in G1? No, you're lying to me. This show was for kids! Why did you show them this? What? The schmooze was a gargantuan slime monster and the secondary antagonist of My Little Pony the movie, which took place in Generation 1 canon, making it very different from the current series and more in line with the modern audiences associate Care Bears to other kid-friendly cartoons. Chat, I'm literally looking at the same thing that's in like the video that I'm reacting to, where it's a river, but it just has eyes. It's just a river with eyes in it, and a mouth. They have multiple mouths. Oh, that's scary. I don't like that. And then under that is a picture of the schmooze from G4, and it's just like a booger wearing a top hat. Oh, no. How do... Chat. Oh, my God, chat. Chat. Okay, I'm gonna... Look at this. Chat, look at this. Look at this. How do I make this smaller? I don't want to like make it, put it over the whole. Look at that shit. Look at that. That is awful. I hate that. You need to watch Rescue at Midnight Castle. Scribbler, I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it. Go see OG T-Rec. Oh my word. Bro, I'm looking, I swear. Stop yelling at me, Wolf. Why does it have multiple mouths? Bro, I don't know. Some G1 shit. Jesus Christ. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's continue here, shall we?
Or try to weed you out.
Oh my God.
And I might lose the spell matrix. We need to find another way.
Rarity nodded. A fresh wave of the slime surged down the street, driving the trio back.
What is this stuff?
It's your mom. The man, Twilight just takes this opportunity to dunk on Spike. This is what your mom looks like, Spike.
It smells like a used lava bath.
Twilight ignited her horn.
Whatever it is, don't let it touch you. Not even the tip of your tail. Lightning dust said it's dangerous.
She magicked up a rain barrel and cracked it like an egg, brandishing the two broad halves defensively. Rarity's horn flared as she magicked up a spare sheet of burlap and spread it like a matador's cape. She huffed and gave a flick of her tail.
Let that touch my coat fur? I assure you, Twilight, that is the last thing I will do.
Okay, I think Rarity just got consumed.
Rarity exploded outward as a sludge-bloated home finally reached its breaking point. Twilight winked out by reflex, disappearing in a reddish flash and reappearing on the ground a few yards away. Spike was close enough to be caught in the spell's effects, and he found himself tumbling to the dirt beneath Twilight, singed and smoking. The pressure slowly eased, and the slime flowed down the paths of least resistance. Twilight opened her eyes and got her bearings.
Oh no!
Rarity had lunged in the opposite direction that Twilight had traveled.
Rarity, she's gone.
Paid off as Twilight's had. Her
Well, she's not gone. She's just given up. Or so it has been explained to me.
side was plastered with her right eye was as wide and blankly staring as the half-dozen ghastly others now dotting her hide. Her gaze turned to meet Twilight.
What the hell? That I don't like that. This looks creepy. I really don't like that.
Her natural eyes did likewise. Rarity's lips quivered and parted, but no sounds escaped. A tear fell from her left eye, and she collapsed.
Rarity!
Spike leaped to his feet.
Say goodbye to your crush.
Unicorn, but the glow of Twilight's magic snatched him into the air.
No! Twilight, let me go! We have to...
He struggled against the magical aura, his legs flailing. He howled in anguish.
Rarity!
Spike! Listen!
Twilight spun the little dragon around and held him in front of her face. She shook him.
We'll help Rarity! Do you hear me? We will!
She bashed aside a reaching tendril of the slime with a swing of one of the barrel halves.
We can't help her if this stuff gets us too. Do you understand? We need to get to safety.
Spike sagged in midair. Tears shone in his eyes, but he nodded. A few streets away, Cup and Carrot Cake cringed on Sugar Cube Corner's upper floor, hugging around the back.
Oh no, don't take the children. Anyone but the children.
Shallow waves of slime ebbed and flowed through the bakery and the surrounding buildings. Here and there, panicked ponies screamed and galloped to escape, but most only succeeded in being doused in purple filth and left still and silent. Countless inequine eyes rolled in their translucent sockets, seeking any further sign of movement. One of the tentacle-like waves
So creepy.
bakery's back room, and pots and pans crashed to the damp floor.
Oh no.
Little Pumpkin Cake flinched at the noise and began to whimper. Her brother followed suit.
No. No, no, no. Please. Please. It's alright. Shh, shh, shh. Don't cry.
Cupcake's desperate whispers were as soothing as she could make them. After a second crash, the foals burst into tears.
No.
All around, faceless eyes turned to focus on the bakery. The thick pseudopods inside the building reached and probed in search of the stairs up. Carrot Cake ducked to press his lips to his wife's forehead, and then cantered over to the room's door and braced himself against it.
I won't let it get in, honey. I promise.
His voice was firm. His legs.
Yeah, it sure sounds like it.
Not far
Is this a
from
scene change? No, I want to know what happens.
upper walls of downtown Ponyville's buildings as if they were level ground. Her horn blazed from the gravity-bending spell, and Spike was clinging to her back between her spread wings, still and silent. Twilight vaulted the chasm that was a side street and skidded to a stop near an abandoned cart on the wall that was the ground. She magicked up the cart and smashed it into a narrow alleyway, wedging it in place and blocking the vile flood's path. She released the spell and flapped onto open ground. Her stance wavered for a moment from the vertigo of realigning up and down.
That's all the major side streets. That should slow it down and buy us a little time.
Time to do what?
Spike huddled on Twilight's back, feeling small and useless. Twilight's expression.
Because he was small and useless.
We're evacuating Ponyville.
Spike's emerald green eyes widened.
But Twilight! We don't have a choice. The sludge is spreading too fast. Lightning Dust was right. We need to run and find somewhere safe so we can figure out what to do. We'll airlift as many as we can in the balloon. The Pegasi will carry out as many others as possible, and I'll enchant them so they can stand on the clouds.
Spike's lip quivered.
What about every pony else? What about Rarity?
He wrung his tail in his claws.
Twilight?
Twilight looked down the abandoned...
Oh no. Oh no. Here's the moment where Twilight's gonna be like, I lied. I just told you that so you'd calm down. No, this is awful. This is awful. This is awful.
Made no reply. On the outskirts of town, Fluttershy flapped her wings and strained against the weight of the brown bear above her. She pushed the animal upwards with her outstretched front hooves to the side of her grass-thatched cottage. Above them, dozens of animals crowded on the rooftop. Chipmunks and squirrels and beavers and weasels and kittens and otters and rabbits stood among birds of every size and color.
Please, Harry. You have to climb a little faster.
Harry, if you don't get your fat ass over this fence.
Fluttershy said through gritted teeth. She gave another heave, and the bear finished his ascent.
That's not even a fence. That's
The sweating Pegasus felt her overworked left wing clench and spasm after an off flap. A sprain. Fluttershy fell to the ground, writhing and whimpering in pain.
No, not Fluttershy. Oh, fuck.
Chatted amongst themselves Several raced over the edge of the roof. Angel Bunny took the lead. Fluttershy squirmed around to look up at them. She frowned.
No! Don't you dare come down for me! You stay where you are! All of you! Stay!
Fluttershy focused through the throbbing pain in her wing and unleashed her fiercest stare. The animals froze in shock. Angel begged with his eyes.
Stay!
She was still staring when the slime reached her.
Oh no! Fluttershy, no!
On Sugar Cube Corner's top floor, Carrot Cake's hooves skidded on the floor as the encroaching slime bashed against the door. He adjusted his stance and leaned harder against the cracked wood. Separated from the majority of its mass by the trip up the stairs, the slime wave was weaker than its wall-rupturing brethren below. But the door was thin, and Carrot's gangly yellow frame made a poor blockade.
Please, Celestia.
Carrot silently begged.
Let them get away. I don't care what happens to me. Please, just let them get away.
An incongruously squeaky
Hey! I knew Pinkie didn't leave!
and a blur of pink arced down to strike ground in front of the besieged bakery.
Hey, let's go!
Stared out of the upstairs window in confusion. Pinkie Pie fixed her stance and looked up through the rain of sprinkles and confetti that had accompanied her party cannon-powered flight.
Hey!
She bellowed at the sludge flooding her home.
You wanna pick on ponies? Then pick on Pinkie Pie, punk!
She waved her tail.
Let's go. Don't show me that! Don't show me that.
Cupcake leaned out of the bakery's window.
Pinkie! No!
Pinkie ignored her.
You're making ponies all sad and floppy, huh? Bet you can't stop this!
She unleashed a smile a few degrees wider than her head. The bare eyeballs speckling every patch of slime turned to face her, and the amorphous mass slowly seeped out of the bakery and into the street. Pinkie capered to and fro, waving her balloon-marked rump at the blob.
Nya-nya!
She hopped farther away from the bakery. The slime gathered itself up and extruded an arm-like wave wider than Pinkie was tall. She moved to dodge, but the wave splattered when it missed and soaked her in purple.
Ah, she got!
Cupcake screamed from the window. Carrot, watching from behind her, turned away.
Sweet Celestia, no.
Wait, maybe that was like Pinkie's. Maybe as Pinkie was distracting it, they were supposed to leave. They're so busy watching her from upstairs that it doesn't register with them just yet.
Family, including her.
The slime withdrew and shifted to return to the bakery. But then a voice made it pause.
You're gonna have to do better.
Oh shit!
Pinkie was struggling to get back on her hooves. Her knees wobbled.
Is that the best you got?
And her broad smile split the muck staining her face. A ripple of something not unlike irritation passed through the slime. It pulled away from the bakery once more and raised up a fresh pseudopod.
I'm feeling fine. It's not so bad. Just kinda smelly.
Okay.
The second wave smashed down on her. When it withdrew, she was flat on her back, completely coated. The slime's lidless eyes somehow managed to widen when Pinkie spat out a mouthful of muck and turned onto her side. She coughed and retched and spat out an eyeball as she staggered back upright.
What? All this pudding and no sprinkles?
Yo, what the fuck? It's such a weird, it's not weird, but I look at this and she's just like getting like assaulted and she's just like, you're gonna hit me, Like, it's like one of those scenes in movies where, like, you're interrogating a dude and, like, you're punching him in the face and Pinkie's just bouncing back like, oh, I'm sorry, did your mom teach you how to punch? Like, this is one of those scenes for me.
The slime wave hit her again. Her knees buckled, but she righted herself. Her smile returned.
You're not so good at this, are you? I'm not.
Damn.
It hit her again. Pinkie sobbed, and tears cut through the purple splatters on her cheeks. Her hooves skated on the slime until she slammed into a public trough. Her smile returned.
I think you missed a spot.
It hit her again. The trough cracked. Pinkie whimpered through her gritted teeth. She leaned heavily against the trough's remains, straining to raise her head under the weight of her sludge-sodden mane. The slime on her flanks sizzled and bubbled over her cutie mark. And her smile returned.
Let's go! Let's go! I'm actually pogging in chat for this. I'm pogging in chat. I know that she's gonna succumb to the slime, like, by the end of this. But she is not making it easy for the fucking slime. And that's what I like about this Pinkie Pie.
Eyes at the largest slime mass and coughed out a chuckle.
This isn't working. If you aren't gonna try harder, you might as well turn tail and run right now.
It's like, if you want to put me in the ground, I'm gonna make you work for it, man. You want to put me in the ground, you gotta work harder than this. I'm not your average everyday pony. I break the fourth wall all the fucking time. You're gonna have to work harder.
Upward for a moment and met Mrs. Cakes.
You hear me? Run!
The slime was.
Oh, finally, she's like, hey, I'm distracting this thing. Get the fuck out of the house, you know, like run for the hills.
The bakery was forgotten. The bubbling muck pounded the purpled pink party pony with layer after layer of liquid horror, knocking her back down whenever she tried to move. Pinkie cackled hysterically, writhing under the onslaught like a worm on a hook. Through her choking, half-sobbed laughter, she shouted again and again.
Run! 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 Run!
The Cakes galloped out the bakery's front door. The shadow of Twilight Sparkle's hot air balloon fell over the Cakes, and behind them, all was silence.
So Pinkie and Rarity are gone. To be continued. I mean, I would fucking hope so. How long have I been here? An hour and 45 minutes. How many episodes do I need to watch? I think I need to watch 3 more episodes. Alright, everyone shut up. We gotta look at the credits. I like the name Saddle Soap Opera so much. I like the way that word rolls off the tongue. Featuring the voices of Scribbler, of course, Twilight Sparkle, Sunlestia, Applejack, Molly. I said that wrong. Rainbow Dash, Wubcake. That is very surprising. That really shows this thing's age. Fluttershy, Quirky Craft, Rarity, Ice Glaze, Pinkie Pie, Ribbon Chan, Spike, Kate Bug, of course. How many times has Kate Bug done Spike? Vladdy voices, yeah. I warned you. Scribbler, I'm in this for the long haul. Wait, Wooten's girlfriend did something? Pound and pumpkin cake. Okay. I'm in it for the long haul. I'm not going to fall asleep in this chair. Especially when you're telling a story like this. I got to know... Well, I'm not going to know what happens until you finish the other 3 episodes, but... I want to see how this turns out. Somebody's art is... Somebody's fucking handle is just a random number? Okay. Cloud9's art. Cloud9 does good art. Quill and Lead does good art. I've talked to him on random occasions. Before we go on to the next episode, in my pursuit for Googling the G1 schmooze, I have pulled up a video called My Little Pony Song, Nothing Can Stop the Schmooze. And I think I want to know what that is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do this. And we're going to watch Nothing Can Stop the Schmooze. And then we'll get right back into the story. Oh my god, dude. What the hell? What the... They made a song after this fucking guy, so... Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Scribbler, who are these people? I came here to see ponies. You show me two humans. Okay. All right. Okay. We've detected copyright audio in your video stream. Oh my god. Fucking YouTube is telling me, hey, there's copyright audio. Are you sure you want to do this? Scribbler is telling me, hey, turn it up. Turn that shit up. Well, that was a experience. We got to go into episode 2 now. I think I know what the schmooze is. I've gotten a pretty clear indication on what the schmooze is. Let's continue. Oh my fucking word. Alright, okay, alright.
Come, Rainbow Dash. We must make haste. Urgent task for thee.
My sister has acted faster than I expected her to. Luna believes there...
That was my childhood. I didn't get into MLP until like G4. It's not like impossible to believe. So whenever somebody comes to me and goes like, yo, you think G4 is weird, you should have seen G1. And then I see something like that, I'm like, bruh, I believe you. Like, I believe you. Please stop.
She has sent Rainbow Dash to recruit an ally.
Thou must follow a rainbow beyond the very borders of the world, Rainbow Dash, and seek out a creature of vast power. Speed thee hence, Swift One, and bring us back the Megan.
How can I find the Megan? It's just an old ponytail for folks.
Like Nightmare Moon?
You need to evacuate. Head as far north as you...
Alright, so this is what I'm understanding. With this whole Megan stuff and what Scribbler's told me about, like, Megan is from G1, that I'm going to make an assumption that Megan was in G1, and because in G4 it's an old pony's tale, it has gone down in history as a folk tale that she used to be in MLP Ponyland or whatever, and then something happened that jettisoned her into the real world, and she has been living there ever since. But because she's in the real world, and not with her pony friends anymore, she's just depressed all the fucking time. That's my assumption.
Now!
Megan, you need to accept the reality of what happened to you.
I do accept it. I accept what everyone has told me.
This huge wave of purple slime hit them. It covered everything.
We're evacuating Ponyville.
The bus route did not go directly to Maple Street. Instead, it let out a whole...
Wasn't she originally from the real world, though? Also, you sure you haven't seen this before? No, I've never seen G1. So, to bring this character to me, and if she's a callback to another character in G1, I'm not going to know. I've never seen anything G1.
Street earlier, which meant Megan was about a half a block from her apartment building when the world went quiet. The silence had fallen subtly.
When silence falls.
The noises of the city night being subtracted, one by one. Now, on the vacant sidewalk next to the empty street, the falling rain made the only sounds. No cars or buses or subways provided background roar. No sirens or horns or burglar alarms or gunshots rang out. There was just the white noise, hiss, and patter of the rain.
Megan is from the real world and came to Pony's aid for the first time in the rescue from the Midnight Castle. Firefly flew across a rainbow to find help. Oh, okay. Well, that explains why Luna did what she did. Okay, and since Firefly is G1 Rainbow Dash, already got sent in this one. Okay. Things are starting to fall into place for me now. I feel like if you watch this and you've watched G1, you'll get a lot of the references and callbacks. But because I've never seen G1, a lot of that shit is just weird to me. I called this schmooze gack for like the first half of the stream. And then somebody in chat was like, actually, that's the schmooze. I'm like, that's the fucking schmooze? They looked up the schmooze and turns out it's more awful than I can ever imagine.
As constant and chaotic as television static. Megan shuffled to a halt, unable to find the strength to walk under the weight of the silence.
Hello?
Nothing.
Hello?
She repeated, louder this time. She prayed for someone to answer, even with shouted abuse. No answer came. Megan pulled her raincoat close and hugged herself. The damp chill in the air suddenly felt bone deep. A shift in some filth lodged in a sewer drain made a splash, and Megan jerked around to face it, fast enough for her heel to kick up a fan of water from the puddle at her feet.
Hello?
Back the way she'd been facing, a whistling fast descent ended in a massive crash in a nearby alleyway.
Rainbow Dash.
Debris tumbled out into the street, propelled by a gust of multi-hued smoke. Megan turned back around too fast and slipped off her feet, sitting down hard in a shallow puddle. She could feel the aftershocks of the blast through her palms as she pushed herself standing again. Her ears were ringing, but the silence had already returned. No car alarms had been set off. No day shift workers were shouting from their windows. Nothing. Not even a stray cat.
Hello? Anybody?
Megan wiped her hands on her jeans and then slipped her right hand into her coat pocket. She squeezed the black plastic rectangle there and felt its reassuring heft. She squeezed the thing harder when the rain-accented stillness was broken again, this time by the sound of something moving in the alley. Megan walked forward with a dreamer's gait, tugged toward the impact site by some intangible yet unbreakable pull. She held her breath as she turned to look into the alley.
Don't stab Rainbow!
Whatever it was had cratered the asphalt, scarred the walls, and scattered trash in all directions. The closest streetlight had lost its bulb, the narrow space infested with shadows. Megan stared into the darkness, trying to pick out any detail she could.
And then the darkness smiled back.
She swallowed hard and willed her voice to stop quavering.
Is someone there?
Stared back. Sorry, I fucked that up.
In the alley. Something low to the ground shifted and turned.
It's Dog. The car hit a big stray dog and drove away.
Despite the plausible notion, Megan drew the device from her coat pocket. She slowly stepped closer, still in the grip of nightmare logic curiosity. When Megan got within 3 paces of the thing, it jerked up onto all fours and raised its head. Huge eyes, the color of raw liver, caught what little light reached them. The eyes widened, and the dog surged forward. With the click of a switch, the stun gun pumped 3 million volts through the no-doubt rabid dog. Harsh, crackling blue light brightened the alley like a camera flash, casting everything into stark relief for an instant.
Hey, I'm Rainbow Dash! This is how I imagine this scene will go down.
Said the creature.
What the hey?
It wasn't a dog.
Yeah, no shit.
Megan's world lurched. She stumbled backward, letting her weapon drop.
No.
She was gasping for breath. Her lungs refused to fill.
It can't be.
It is.
She felt icy adrenaline soak her veins.
It can't be.
It is.
Black smoke seeped into the edges of her vision. Her pupils were pinpricks.
It can't.
Megan's knees gave out. The pavement rushed up to meet her.
You faint?
The creature trotted out of the alley and looked down at the fallen being who had just slapped a lightning bolt into her hide.
It's okay.
Rainbow Dash nudged Megan onto her stomach with her hooves and slipped her front legs under the human's arms.
I didn't think you were real either.
We have retrieved our champion.
Careful now, Lyra. The spell feels a little slippery at first.
Twilight Sparkle magically held the balloon's basket up against a low-hanging cloud. The mint-green unicorn stepped onto the cloud with caution, and then fell into her mare friend's waiting embrace.
Ah.
Bon Bon whimpered into Lyra's streaked mane.
Ah.
You. I thought. Me too.
Lyra replied with a choked sob.
But I'm here now, and you're okay. We're going to be okay, Bonnie. Princess Twilight is going to fix everything.
A tiny smile creased Twilight's mouth. but it didn't last long. She turned away with a flap of her wings and looked around. The evening skies were full of clouds. Pegasi had brought dozens of them, and most were full of huddled refugees. Other towns' ponies had fled north by hoof or ridden the awful tide to higher ground in makeshift rafts and boats. But not nearly enough had made it. Twilight's horn was burning hot from directing the balloon and enchanting the rescued unicorns and earth ponies' hooves. She welcomed the distraction the pain brought. Nearby, Cupcake still sat in the balloon's basket, cradling her babies and softly weeping.
Aw.
Her husband crouched next to her,
Aw.
one front leg draped over her shoulders.
No.
His eyes were no drier.
Pinkie. Pinkie Pie. Oh, Pinkie Pie.
Listen. Listen. Pinkie Pie went out like a goddamn champion. She didn't go out like no bitch. All right? She didn't go out like a damsel in distress like Rarity did. All right? So even though she's gone, you had to bonk her a couple of times to get her to stay down.
Twilight flew closer, and magic.
I mean, you were all here. At first, I thought she left. I really thought she dipped, and then I should have known better because I know Pinkie wouldn't have done that.
Heated air into the balloon, leaving the cloud behind and resuming the search for ponies untouched by the slime. Her expression grew hard from the inner pressure of her grief when she looked down at the mournful couple. Next to the cakes, Spike peered through a pair of binoculars resting on the edge of the basket.
Anything?
They were nearing the southern edge of town now.
Rarity got
Down
jumped.
at the schoolhouse through the slowly deepening gloom.
Wolf, that's not fair. Rarity got jumped. She didn't see it coming. All right, you're right.
Like the home that had split and doused poor Rarity, the place had been filled to bursting. The roof had ruptured, and slime covered the building like frosting on a gingerbread house.
The fucking schmooze.
Caught only a glimpse of the full-sized bumps in the purple-covered yard before jerking the binoculars away.
It got the school.
Who drew this?
Hollowly. Twilight squeezed her eyes shut and slowly nodded.
Who did this? This is like a Meat Canyon animation.
For lack of anything else to say, Spike returned to his surveying. Spike's view focused further south, on a discarded Stetson sitting near a lump in the surface of the slime.
They got the farm.
Far from there, he could see the farmhouse's sludge-filled windows. With a shift of the focus dial, row upon row of soaked and drooping trees came into sight as well. Spike gulped.
Sweet Apple Acres. It's
gone.
Too then.
I wouldn't say Applejack is gone.
Horn flared, and the balloon rose higher. She tightened her lips against the quiver building in them.
And
Her voice cracked. She took a shaky breath, forcing herself through the motions of the
Fluttershy, Rarity, Pinkie, and possibly Applejack. I don't think Applejack is gone because we didn't see her get annihilated. I'm assuming that somewhere else in the story Applejack comes back. I'm assuming. I don't know if it happens. I have no idea. But maybe this is the story's way of telling us that, like, hey, the Applejack got. I didn't want to write a scene where Applejack gets got, but just assume that Applejack is gone. And I'll be like, all right.
farming technique Princess Cadence had taught her.
breathe in, hold, and out. And the cottage?
In Spike's magnified view of Fluttershy's rustic home, a small team of Pegasi were struggling to evacuate the animals off the roof.
Look at this little guy.
Kicked and screamed in Thunderlane's grasp, flailing his legs toward the edge of a pale yellow hoof sticking out of the purple muck.
Oh, don't show me that. What the hell? Fluttershy, no!
Below. lowered the binoculars. They slipped from his slackened grasp and fell to the basket's wicker floor. He turned to face Twilight. His wide, watery eyes spoke for him.
It got them all.
Twilight hung her head. Her horn's light went out.
Dash, where are you?
She'll be back.
Then, down below, her eyes settled on a small pool of colors in the dark, glistening expanse.
Oh no.
Spike!
Is that Diamond Tiara? Is that Apple Bloom wearing Diamond Tiara's tiara?
And a small wooden shack peeked out from the slime coating of the ground like an island in a dark sea. 4 fillies were huddled on its roof, quivering in fear.
Girls, up here! At the Cutie Mark Crusaders Clubhouse, Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, Sweetie Belle, and their classmate Silver Spoon perked up at the sound of Twilight's voice. Twilight swooped down to hover a short distance above the group. Are you all okay?
The Crusaders all nodded. Apple Bloom's customary bow was missing. In its place, a small tiara partly held back her loose crimson mane.
Yeah, but why?
Silver Spoon pointed a shaking, slate-grey hoof downward.
Diamond Tiara's still down there. She pushed me in ahead of her. Please, get her out, please.
That doesn't sound like something she'd do. Although I will believe you.
And spotted a small lump in the slime. Apple Bloom's ribbon was visible atop it, like a garnish on a pudding. Twilight winced.
I don't know if I can right now, Silver Spoon. That stuff is very dangerous to touch. I still need to figure out how to... Please!
Silver Spoon shuddered.
My one and only friend.
Twilight passed from her to her fallen friend and back again.
All right. I'll try.
She flapped over to Diamond Tiara's prone form and ignited her horn. An aura of magic surrounded the little earth.
Ah, this is not going to be good.
Jerked and tensed and let out a strangled cry as the slime covering her suddenly thickened and expanded. The closest eyes turned to focus on Twilight, and tendrils of the stuff lashed out at her.
Oh, they didn't like that.
Back in shock and flapped out of the slime's reach. The fillies on the clubhouse roof gasped.
What the heck? What happened, Miss Twilight?
Twilight hung her head.
I'm sorry. It's feeding on the magic somehow. I can't lift her.
God, I hate G1 schmooze. Schmooze.
Twilight flew back up and then dropped a rope from the balloon's basket.
Wrap up in this. I'll pull you up.
The fillies wound the rope around themselves. Twilight gripped its upper third with magic and slowly pulled the little ponies up to the balloon. At the same time, Spike dropped ballast sacks one after another. The sandbags made wet splatters as they struck the slime below. The ponies tumbled into the basket, all wide eyes and tiny mouths.
I'm so sorry, Twila. This is all her fault.
Cried Apple Bloom before any...
Just fly higher.
Agreed Sweetie Belle.
It was their idea.
Scootaloo pointed an accusing hoof at Silver Spoon. As her only retort, the little grey earth pony winced, hiccuped, and then burst into tears.
Also, that is a good point. It's Diamond Tiara was the one yelling. Like, she was the one making the muffled cry, you know? Trying to get her out of the slime. And she was just too wrapped up in it.
Forgetting her mourning over Pinkie Pie for a moment, Cupcake frowned and shifted to face the fillies.
Now, what in Celestia's name are you all talking about?
Now it's time to be a mom.
Brushed a forelock out of her eyes.
We were having a game of dares, and Diamond Tiara dared me to let her wear my ribbon. And then Apple Bloom dared Diamond to let her wear her tiara.
What does this have anything to do with anything?
And then
Apple Bloom struggled to push out the words.
Diamond Tiara dared us all play hooky after lunch.
Sweetie Belle cringed.
Okay.
Miss Cheerilee said there'd be trouble if we ever skipped school, but we thought she meant detention or something. We didn't know.
Oh, they thought they did this. Oh, the mind of a child.
She meant we'd bring a slime monster down on the whole town.
Scootaloo reared up against Mrs. Cake.
We didn't know.
Oh.
We didn't think it would be this bad. You gotta believe us. We thought the worst that happened is getting in trouble with our folks. We never meant for this to happen, honest. Diamond!
Silver Spoon fell on her side, curling into a ball. She hid her face with her hooves, her eyeglasses all askew.
Please say there's something we can do to fix this. We'll do anything. We promise.
We'll even go up searching for our cutie marks forever if he'll reverse what we did.
Oh, this is back when they were blank flanks.
Girls, I don't think.
Please.
We don't have time for this.
That's enough. All of you, get a hold of yourselves right this minute.
The Cake twins fussed and fidgeted against their mother at the sound of the filly's cries. Cupcake put on her sternest face and spoke in the firm, commanding, yet non-threatening tone that only mothers could muster.
What happened today was not your fault.
The four fillies
It's just a coincidence.
seemed upset, staring up at Mrs. Cake in shock and awe.
Whatever caused this was...
She paused to keep her voice steady.
Whatever caused this was a lot worse than some misbehaving folks. This is evil. Plain and simple. And it has nothing whatsoever to do with sweet, good-hearted, wonderful little girls like you. Understand?
Yay, Pog.
Mrs. Cake's voice had cracked, and fresh tears shone in her eyes. She held her babies close. Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, Sweetie Belle, and Silver Spoon silently crept forward and leaned against Mrs. Cake, taking comfort in her motherly presence. After a short pause, Spike joined them. Mr.
Ah.
Cake stroked his wife's back with a hoof and sniffled back tears.
Well said, honey.
A moment later, worry creased Sweetie Belle's features, and she looked up at Twilight.
Twilight? What about my mom and dad and Rarity? Are they okay?
You see about that.
Granny Smith and Big Macintosh? Is Sweet Apple Lakers alright?
Sorry to tell you this, but
It's okay. They live on the other side of town. That's far enough away from the school that the slime couldn't reach them, right? And Rainbow Dash is fine, I'll bet. She's too awesome for something like this to slow her down.
Silver Spoon adjusted her glasses to look up at Twilight imploringly.
Please. Please tell me his...
Silver Spoon, Scootaloo, your families are safe and Rainbow Dash is away getting help. Sweetie Belle, planes have been airlifted and are on their way to Canterlot. But your sister...
Twilight bit her lower lip, struggling to find proper words.
what do you do in this situation? Like, do you just straight up tell them the cold hard truth?
didn't get away in time. Apple Bloom, the farm is...
Twilight
The farm is gone. Just say the farm is gone.
to squeak before she could complete her calming routine.
I'm so sorry.
Sweetie Belle's eyes widened further still.
Rarity?
Her lip quivered.
Yeah, Rarity is gone.
Softly, she began to cry. Apple Bloom hung her head. Her loose mane half hid her face.
And take that tiara off.
We were supposed to look after each other. All together. All...
Her shoulders shook with silent sobs. Scootaloo reached out and pulled Sweetie Belle into a hug. Silver Spoon made the same offer to Apple Bloom, who only hesitated for a moment before giving in. The pain in the fillies' faces and the sounds of their tiny sobs cut through Twilight like dragon fangs through crystal. She turned to face the group.
I'll help them.
Her oath sounded meek and desperate in her ears, but she pressed on.
I'll help Pinkie, and Rarity, and the Apples, and Fluttershy, Ponyville, and Dodge, and Appaloosa.
You're making a lot of promises that I don't think you can keep, Twilight.
I will save them all.
Mm.
I will, I promise. I won't rest until I find a way to stop this.
You're gonna be awake for a long time.
We know, dear. We believe in you.
You shouldn't.
There was more than goodwill in that wearied, pained, damp-eyed smile. For the first time in her life, Twilight was looking down at a face looking up at her in faith. The same look of utter, awe-tinged trust she'd seen on the crowds at the Summer Sun celebration all those years ago, when she'd first laid eyes on Princess Celestia. All at once, as she flapped along next to the balloon and guided it toward Canterlot, Twilight felt very, very alone.
Don't you dare give me hope. You hear me? Scribbler, don't you give me hope. Don't you tell me that Twilight is actually gonna fucking save everyone that we know. I guess it wouldn't be Scribbler, it would be the person who wrote this. Oh god, your face!
She peered down at the palace's expansive courtyard, her gaze easily piercing the gloom as she watched the ongoing trickle of fleeing refugees arrive. She narrowed her eyes.
You were there, in Cloudsdale. Why didn't you call out the Wonderbolts right away? Why didn't you raise the alarm?
Princess Luna
Oh no!
in the open doorway, out of reach of the light from the two enchanted lanterns flanking the massive arch.
I did all that was necessary, sister. The Megan will come, and our troubles will be over. Why raise a panic?
Ponies are suffering, Luna!
Celestia whirled around to face her sister.
We could have helped. We could have started the evacuation sooner.
Nay, sister. You know harmony, but I know fear. This is no mere Paris-Bright swarm or a heavy rainstorm. There is little more they could have done. The populace would have filled their extra time with worry, and that worry would have bloomed into chaos, or stagnated into carelessness. Better it came suddenly, and forced them into action with less time to ponder.
There's no way to know that for certain.
Celestia frowned.
You know more about all this than...
Also, I gotta say, this art looks pretty good. I like the shimmer on Celestia's tail and mane here. It looks really, really good, whoever did this.
I can tell.
Luna backed away, deeper into the shadows. Her turquoise eyes shone in the dark.
Oh my god, this looks so good! Look at it, look at her face! That looks so good.
If there was anything I could do, I promise you I would do it.
Celestia stared at her eyes for a silent moment. That seemed
She's
to
like,
catch on for
bitch!
but then her expression softened.
You don't have to be afraid of me, Luna. You know that, don't you?
Her tone was gentle, but faintly pleading.
I do. I'm not.
Luna shifted uneasily.
I must go raise the moon.
She turned and fled, her shod hooves loudly ringing off the polished stone floor. Celestia inhaled to speak, to call her sister back, but then let out the breath in a soft sigh. She trotted back into the castle.
Celestia dummy. Let's not talk about Celestia's backside in this story.
Through the castle and found her way to the roof of one of Canterlot's many spires. She fixed her stance, set her gaze on the horizon, and ignited her horn. The vast, silvery moon slowly crept up over the horizon, bathing the night in soft moonlight and calling forth long, translucent shadows. Luna's own shadow on the parapets grew a second horn, which then split into a branched antler.
Discord. Discord, we could fucking see you, man. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing here?
The shadow of her mane vanished, and the shadow of her chin sprouted a short, tufted beard. The distorted silhouette stroked its chin with an eagle-taloned paw, and then spoke.
Luna, you seem troubled. Do you want to talk about it?
Hate the fact that Discord just has the ability to show up in any pony's face at any time he wants.
Luna's back twitched. She gritted her teeth.
We have nothing to say to creatures of thy ilk, Discord.
Thy ilk?
The shadow peeled away from the wall and inflated into full and opaque depth. Discord wiped away a...
This part with Discord has amazing art. Yeah, you're telling me. I'm looking. It's pretty freaking good.
Black covering him with a swipe of his leonine paw, revealing himself in all his patchwork, chimerical glory.
I'm actually a very good listener, you know. In fact, I was listening the whole time I was turned to stone.
He gave a toothy grin and chuckled. Luna kept her back to the Draconicus, but her eyes widened.
The whole?
Yes, indeed. It's just incredible the meetings ponies will have around stone statues. The things they'll say, the things they'll do.
Luna turned to stare into Discord's eyes.
What is he getting at?
My fall from grace was long ago and a grave mistake. We have made peace with our past.
Discord frowned a frown so deep that it pulled his muzzle downward like a falling dollop of honey. He jerked it back into place with a sound like a tight metal spring wobbling.
Well, that's but I was more thinking about the present, really.
He steepled his mismatched fingers and tapped them together while rolling his eyes in an expression of faux nonchalance. Luna's eyes blazed white.
Discord saw at least a few ponies banging. Yeah, thank you. I got that. I know that's what he was implying. I just didn't say anything about it because it was like, all right, we're going to move on. Obviously, you're here to say something. Does Luna have a fucking gamer hat on? What is that?
Her mane blew back from an unseen tempest, and her
Oh,
voice
that's her.
was a booming echo.
Do not
Oh.
toy with us.
I really thought she had like a snapback on, like a fucking... I really thought, oh my god, I'm so stupid.
The outburst blew Discord's flesh away like dry leaves in a windstorm, leaving his implausible skeleton exposed.
You're too classy, clearly. Have you seen... Well, probably not. I was gonna ask Scribbler, like, have you seen some of the just garbage I've made and posted?
Now, there's no need to get all royal on me. We both know you recognize the magic at work down there.
Luna scowled.
Dark magic is scarcely novel.
Maybe, but whose dark magic?
He reached up and twirled his horn and antler in his skeletal fingers, curling them downward in spirals. His voice took on a low, growling edge.
Does this ring a bell?
Wait a minute.
Luna's fury gave way to horror.
Wait a minute.
Discord put a bony thumb between his teeth and blew. His flesh reappeared with a faint pop.
Wait a minute.
That's right. I know all about him.
He slithered up to the alicorn and draped his serpentine frame across her back like a saddle.
The one who taught you black magic all those years ago is back on his hooves and up to his old tricks again.
What?
Your little temper tantrum when you left the moon was what set him free.
I'm sorry?
Thrust his
I'm
hand
sorry?
skyward, put a paw to his chest, and then gave a formally inflected recitation.
In shadows bound lies Tambilon, till dark as midnight shines the dawn.
He ducked back down, brought his head up to Luna's ear, and whispered,
This is all your fault.
What the fuck?
A quickened shudder shook Luna from her head to her hooves. She squeezed her eyes shut, and then sagged morosely.
We couldn't have known what effects bringing night to midday would create. And as far as we knew, Grogar was long dead.
You were wrong.
Luna took a shaky breath.
I've just explained things to her. She'll understand. And once the Megan arrives...
Yes, of course. I'm sure Celestia won't mind that you endangered the world again.
She's gonna send you to the moon again. Also, somebody in my chat said, this person, the beginning with the K, they said that this part with Discord has some amazing art. Every scene has been a banger so far. I agree with him. Every single shot has been a banger.
And I'm sure your storybook monster will be great. But just in case things don't pan out, I've got a backup plan.
Discord slithered off of Luna's back and stood next to her.
We villains have to look out for each other, you know.
Luna turned away once more.
You're supposed to... Well,
Discord heaved a long, suffering sigh.
I am not the bad guy.
Please. We're both ex-convicts here. You don't have to pretend. After all, if Celestia trusted you to keep doing good, why did she train a replacement?
Luna's wings twitched. She swished her tail.
Twilight Sparkle earned her rightful place among us. She is no threat to me. She has her own destiny to fulfill.
Discord sat in midair and turned into a
You
princess,
cheeky bastard.
his chin on his palm and his elbow on his knee.
Ah, I see. My mistake. I'm sure you're right. I mean, Cadence came into her own just fine.
Discord's eyes widened as though he was struck by a sudden insight.
But then again, there aren't that many unruled empires around now, are there? Not so many empty thrones. And Celestia does seem awfully close with her most faithful student.
Luna stomped a hoof, unleashing thunder from the clear sky.
Leave us.
Discord slowly faded from sight, his voice taking on a hollow echo.
Remember what I said, Luna. Believe me, even when you're on top of the world, things can turn against you, just like that.
He snapped his fingers and was gone.
You slippery bitch.
Once more, Luna looked up at the moon she'd escaped. So familiar, and yet so cold, and so distant, and so heavy with memories of past hurt. She sighed.
Okay. Alright. Okay. There's a lot of information at once. That I don't even know how to Hey, Applejack!
Applejack flinched when a moonbeam peeked through the broken hayloft doors and shone on her face as she lay on a bed of hay bales. She inhaled, only to wince as the motion strained the bruises on her side.
Hey,
Memories of recent events sliced through her mental fog. She rolled over and got to her hooves.
Big Mac! Granny Smith!
She galloped over to the doors she'd broken when her brother had kicked her up into the loft and looked out at the farm.
Oh,
Baleful eyeballs dotted the dark expanse of Sweet Apple Acres fields in a mocking reflection of the star-studded night sky.
The fucking
sky
schmooze.
covered every surface, from the orchards to the farmhouse.
She's kind of trapped, isn't she?
Floor of the farmhouse.
Granny!
Applejack nearly fell as the instinct to race toward the house seized her. She stumbled on the edge of the doorway and sat down heavily. Looking down between her front legs, she saw her brother's massive form all but hidden by the muck, stricken onto his side in mid-gallop and pointed toward the farmhouse. Her own Stetson lay on the surface next to him. Applejack cried out to him.
Big Bick! It's me! It's Jackie! Wake up!
Jackie?
The
Alright.
didn't move a muscle. Applejack turned and grabbed a horseshoe off the wall with her mouth. She hurled the thing down at him. The shaped iron thudded hollowly on the side of his barreled chest.
Dang it, you wake up, you big oaf! You listen to me, so I can get up right this minute! So help me up!
I'll kill you myself.
And her mouth refused to form more words. Thoughts about the slimes spread, quickly turned to thoughts of the schoolhouse up the road.
Apple
Applejack cast about.
She's fine, but
anywhere to safely land. Her eyes settled on an empty apple cart near the base of the barn, bogged down in the sludge, but untouched inside. She crouched down, folding up her densely muscled legs, and leaped.
is she gonna sail the she's gonna sail the goop? She's gonna just start sailing on the goop? Oh, please tell me she does.
The landing sent a shock from her hooves to her back, but the cart stayed in one place. Once she got her bearings, Applejack crouched and then lashed out with a back leg. Her kick smashed one wheel off the cart. A second kick took off the other.
Don't worry, Apple Bloom, I'm coming.
She's gonna sail.
Snatched up a hoe left leaning against the barn and reared up, using her front legs to hold the tool and pull the cart forward as a makeshift boat.
She is sailing.
As quickly as she could, but a few ripples from the otherwise still slime and some glances from its sleepily lolling eyeballs soon convinced her to move with more care. The delicacy
yeah.
of her movement through the filth cast her thoughts back to Ponyville's last big storm and the night spent at Twilight's library. The memory of Rarity slapping beauty mud onto her face seemed darkly ironic now. The memory of the dainty unicorn splattered with dirt even more so.
Did this terrible mutt get her too?
Yeah, it did.
Agonizing eternity of cautious nudges propelled the cart through the slime toward the schoolhouse. Applejack clamped down on the urge to scream her little sister's name. She was about halfway to her destination when a speck of color caught her eye. Apple Bloom's loosened ribbon fluttered softly in the breeze. As it
Oh
slid
no.
slime, not far from the little clubhouse on the edge of Apple Land.
Oh, don't show her that.
Sensation, far stronger than Big Mac's earlier kick, pushed the breath from Applejack's lungs.
No.
She let go of the hoe and slumped down in the cart. Her eyes.
It's fine for us because we know that she's okay, but like she's gonna it's fading to like her face. But she's gonna see that and be like, oh fuck, she's gone.
And her pupils tiny, locked on that
Oh my god, this goddamn close up.
red ribbon in that awful purple sea. Applejack slowly sank down onto her side on the bottom of the cart. The forgotten hoe slid across the rim of the cart and fell into the slime. Applejack made no effort to stop it.
That's terrible. Oh, this is speaking of good art. This is also good art right here. Applejack being in the boat, just being like, fucking take me away to anywhere. I don't care. I lost my sister, my brother, my grandma. I lost everyone. See, do whatever to me and see if I give a shit, right? And then in the distance is like Canterlot. On the hill, in the moonlight. Among this fucking chaos. This is oil paints. Oh, this is probably why it looks so good to me. I love oil paints.
Twilight Sparkle set down the balloon in Canterlot Castle's main courtyard. The open space was dotted with tents and campfires and lanterns, and dozens of refugees huddled together against the chill.
Xena, get the hell out of here. Get out of this story. What are you doing here? No! You know who did this? Cloud9 did this, because Cloud9 loves putting her friends' OCs in the freaking artwork itself.
Twilight helped her passenger.
Okay, let's see if we can spot some OCs. Chat, let's see if we can spot some OCs.
The cakes gave her one last look of wearied gratitude before trotting off. Moments later, parents came galloping on.
Okay, that's Xena. Don't know who that is. That has to be somebody. That's narrator. This OC kind of looks like me. A little teeny, like in the main color, in the color schematic. Couldn't tell you who this horse is next to narrator, though, or even what the hell this child is.
Sight of their foals. Scootaloo was quickly hustled off.
Obviously, that's Scribbler. I didn't want the chat to erupt and be like, how do you not know that's Scribbler?
Spoon soon followed suit. Sweetie Belle's parents paused in mid-hug of their foal, however.
That is Clever Hooves back there. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. This is Starry.
And they spotted the haunted look on Twilight's face. Sweetie's mother faced Twilight, an awful question sitting unasked in her mouth like a squirming insect.
That's his in real life son. His in real life son has an OC and it looks like that. Okay, cool. Didn't know that.
Twilight squinted back tears and slowly shook her head. The older mare turned back to her remaining foal.
Okay, that is Agent O Fluffy. Still waiting for this to back up a little bit more and see any. That's Cloud9.
And held her close. Her husband did the same. Slowly, they led Sweetie Belle away.
I'm not even paying attention to Scribbler reading the story. I'm just like, how many OCs can I recognize?
Apple Bloom sat and watched her friends make their apologies and get taken away one by one. Her slouch and her frown deepening with every departure. By the time a cousin trotted up to see her, she had tipped over onto her side.
Apple Bloom?
Asked the green-maned yellow mare.
Take that stupid tiara off.
It's me, Apple Fritter. From the reunion, remember?
Apple Bloom.
How can I forget at a time like this?
Saw the farm when the Pegasi lifted me. It's just terrible. I'm so sorry, Sugar Cube.
Don't call me that.
Apple Fritter flinched.
I'm sorry, sweetheart.
My name is Apple Bloom. Not Sugar Cube, not Sweetheart, Apple Bloom.
Apple Fritter shot Twilight a helpless look.
Okay. Apple Bloom. A bunch of us have gathered up in a bushel over yonder. I reckon it'd be a good idea for you to come join your kin while Princess Twilight figures out what happens next.
Twilight was trying to come up with something to say when a male voice sounded off to her right.
Where did you get that? Where is she? Where's Diamond Tiara?
Why didn't you take the tiara off? Why did you wear it throughout? Did you just forget it was on your head?
A pale brown earth pony stallion, wearing a monogrammed bib symbol tie and saddlebags, stormed over and snatched the tiara from Apple Bloom's head with his mouth. He sat down and held the delicate metal loop in his front hooves. His lips trembled. and he quickly stowed the tiara in his bags before turning his attention back to Applebloom, who stared at him in alarm.
Where is she? Where's Diamond Tiara?
She's gone, bruh.
Tell me!
Applebloom cringed. Applefritter stepped over her in a protective pose and stared the stallion down.
I reckon you ought to back off, sir, instead of bullying a child.
Where is my daughter?
Filthy Rich, stop!
Even Twilight was surprised when her voice briefly took on a booming echo.
Oh, she got that Canterlot voice now. Oh, he can't argue with Twilight now.
Dozens of staring eyes fell upon her. She paused for a moment and swallowed hard before continuing at a more reasonable volume.
Diamond Tiara isn't here. I'm sorry, but she didn't get out of Ponyville in time.
Filthy Rich shook his head.
By the time I got the raft to the school, it was all... But I couldn't see her. She wasn't there. I hoped it.
Jesus Christ, the veins in this dude's face, man.
She... No.
His shoulders jerked. A low moan slipped past his gritted teeth.
No!
Twilight shifted her weight side to side. The image of Diamond Tiara convulsing in the slime dominated her thoughts. Filthy Rich choked on a sob.
Please, no.
Twilight reached out a hoof, but the stallion batted it away. He gave Twilight a bloodshot stare and scowled.
You.
He stepped closer to her, moving away from the apples. His voice was a low growl.
You're a princess now, aren't you? You're the ones we all turn to. You stopped Nightmare Moon, and Discord, and everything else. So do it again. Fix this. You fix this now.
Twilight found herself.
Seems like it's not how it works. So you can't just because you're met with tragedy and Twilight has fixed it multiple times doesn't mean that every tragedy you know what, never mind.
I tried. I am trying. I rescued every pony I could. I'm trying to...
Then try harder.
Fucking Twilight, pay no attention to this asshole. He's just mad because his daughter is gone.
Filthy Rich stomped. His hoof cracked the flagstone path beneath him. Twilight stopped and held her ground. She met Rich's accusing stare and scowled right back at him.
Do you think this has been easy for me? I lost friends today.
And I lost my wife and little girl.
Rich
Come on, man. Come on. Whatever happens to you from this point onward, you probably deserve it. You probably deserve it. Doesn't he? Like, I'm not alone in that. You gotta have some composure, man.
Twilight across the face hard enough to make her stagger. In a heartbeat, Pegasus' royal guards descended from above to restrain him. He struggled in their grasp, tears streaking down his cheeks as he continued to scream at the...
Meanwhile, Scribbler's off to the side like, this motherfucker just hit a mare.
You fix this, damn it! Do you hear me? You fix this!
There is no fixing this.
In wide-eyed silence, as Filthy Rich was dragged away.
I hate to tell you this, Filthy Rich, but currently at this point in time, you are in a story being narrated by Scribbler. So I think you might lose a lot more if you're not careful.
And then she turned and ran deeper into the castle grounds, straining under the weight of the crowd's shocked stares as she galloped toward the castle.
Nah, he gotta go. Yeah, word, right? Like, dude is... Well, to be honest, he lost his wife and his daughter. He has every right to feel the way he's feeling, but have a little bit more composure than that. You just hit a princess. Although he is besides himself.
With a chill wind roaring in her ears and stinging on her cheeks.
Oh, hello, self-insert.
Squinted against a jarring blaze of color.
Okay, this is not a self-insert. I apologize. This is actually the character from G1. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're awake. Try not to squirm, okay? You're pretty heavy.
The high but husky voice had come from above her. Coming fully to her senses, Megan realized that she was who knew how far off the ground, dangling in the grasp of a small, winged, garish, talking horse that was following the course of a massive rainbow.
Oh God, no. I was doing so good.
The jarring path of
This isn't a dream.
blinding. Megan could make out a starry night sky beyond it.
The rainbow's fading. Brace yourself.
Megan's captor tripled her speed, streaking everything around them into a blur. The wind felt like icy razors, and its howling was deafening. She screamed, but she couldn't hear herself over the noise. A half-solid impact and a splash of wetness marked their passage through a dense cloud bank. Seconds later, Megan felt her innards lurch as the Pegasus forced a safe landing in only a few dozen yards. The pony released her, and Megan tumbled onto a polished marble floor. Her fingers slid on the cold stone as she tried to catch her breath while struggling her way onto all fours.
Where are you really? City Hall? Library? Think.
Ugh. Just wait here a second. Okay? I gotta go tell the princesses we're here.
The Pegasus raced off through an archway. Dozens of hoofbeats echoing on the stone filled the air with noise. High-pitched male and female voices clamored and barked orders. Words like every pony and princesses stood out like grenade blasts in the background din.
It's not real.
Meg
Welcome home, you son of a bitch.
to herself.
You aren't in the country this time. This isn't safe. Wake up!
She pounded on the stone.
This isn't a dream.
Pain, and the stone felt wretchedly real.
Damn it.
Megan squeezed her eyes shut and concentrated on her last sane memories. The sidewalk, the alley, the rain, rough asphalt, and hazing a mad dog. She got to her feet and opened her eyes.
Damn it! Damn it!
The balcony was a wide open space, more than half the size of her entire apartment. The polished stone was sparkling white, even by moonlight, and gilded lanterns holding magical glows provided warm golden light. The shadows of many more spires and towers were visible in the distance. The place was easily a dozen times the size of the dream castle she remembered, and the air smelled of garbage and car exhaust.
What? Ponyland is supposed to smell of sweetgrass and flowers and fresh baking, so the monsters can sneak up on you. Maybe
You see, the thing about that,
please, yes. Maybe I'm getting better after all. Maybe I'm right about to snap out.
Megan, you've come at last. Rainbow Dash hath brought forth our salvation.
Megan tensed. The booming voice carried an inhuman, sepulchral echo, but somehow it sounded familiar. She turned to face the speaker, a tall, lean, winged unicorn with a deep blue hide and a flowing mane and tail cut from the night sky. Megan's eyes widened. She backed away from the creature.
Don't!
She held up her hands defensively.
Don't come any closer. I remember you from my dream. You were chasing me.
Nay, mighty one.
The thing replied with a bow.
our hero has returned.
We are the royal princess Luna. It is our profound relief to see you here in the flesh. Equestria's future hangs in the balance, and only a—
Stop it!
Megan stood her ground and faced down the twisted hallucination.
Just stop! Why is this always what happens?
My therapist keeps telling me that this is crazy and I should take my pills, and I've missed a couple of days and I shouldn't have missed a couple of days, and now I'm seeing shit. I really need to wake up. You need to go away.
It doesn't even make sense. I'm salvation. I can't even hold down a steady job. I don't want this, okay?
She turned away from the pony and shouted to the night sky.
I don't want this. Can anyone hear me? Get me help! Lock me up!
Megan's legs trembled. She fell to her knees and closed her eyes once more.
I don't want this.
Your voyage has been long, and many centuries have passed since you left.
Luna sounds like she just pulled out like a couple of cue cards and just started reading from them. Like, your voyage has been long, and you might want to sit down.
Said Luna in a halting tone.
Your upset is understandable. Please know that we only sought you out because of urgent and desperate need.
Megan opened her eyes. A shiver ran up her spine.
Centuries?
At least 1500 years, yes. Perhaps longer. We cannot be sure. Parts of our history are unclear due to the depredations of discord, the spirit of chaos.
Megan shuddered.
Really?
So they're all long dead. Every single one of them? Not even one familiar face? Punishing myself for staying sane for too long, huh? God, that's sick. I'm sick.
As we said, the need is dire. A terrible tide of living slime is covering the land, leaving despair and devastation in its wake.
Slime.
Megan
The schmooze.
staggered to her feet.
That smell. That rotten,
The
stinking, burning tire smell. Oh,
The schmooze.
not
The
that.
schmooze.
Not again.
The schmooze.
Not
It's the
again.
schmooze. It's the schmooze,
Once
though.
again, by grim nightmare momentum, she stepped over to the edge of the balcony and looked down. Without the rainbow and the stinging wind and the blur of impossible speed, her view of the land below was now crystal clear. The pastoral splendor of the tableau had been vandalized, like dark purple paint splashed over a masterpiece. An updraft.
Oh God, look at these hands.
A stronger waft of the stuff's repulsively familiar stench. Megan's fingers squeezed the balcony's stone railing.
No. No. Not smooth. Not now. That's not.
It's the schmooze. It's the schmooze.
Luna stepped closer to her.
You know the scourge, oh Megan?
Megan turned and then snatched Luna's spiraled horn in her right hand. She wrenched the pony into a head-on stare.
Listen, bitch.
We did this one. We did the smooze. Why am I doing this again?
Luna struggled in Megan's grasp. Her platinum-shod hooves skated.
Bitch wouldn't let go. She has Luna right where she wants her.
Please, try to remain calm. If you have vanquished this threat before, can we not?
Nothing.
Megan pressed her forehead to Luna's, just below the base of her horn, stared into her enormous cyan eyes.
Oh my God, this art right here is really good. Oh my God, I gotta drink this in. You actually get, cause like it's been debated how big the ponies are compared to humans. I think this is a good like estimate. Where Luna's like a little bigger than the human. But the human is still able to like grab like Luna's horn and look at dead. Luna's eyes are so big compared to human eyes. Oh my God. Holy shit. All right, I'm sorry. I'm geeking out about the wrong thing.
Smooth.
Oh my God. She really just said nothing can stop the schmooze. We just heard the song Nothing Can Stop the Schmooze. And even she said it. Now that makes me want to watch the movie from G1 just to see how they get rid of the schmooze.
She pushed Luna away and stalked past her into the castle, pulling her coat around herself against a chill that had nothing to do with the cool night air.
She disappeared into the crowd like an assassin. Well, she's there, I hope.
Something must be done.
Princess Celestia sat in the castle's main throne room, surrounded by royal guards and functionaries and harried town mayors and scroll.
This is the problem whenever you're like a president or in charge of anything at all. Whenever anything goes wrong, people look to you for guidance, and you don't know jack shit, just like everyone else. So now you have to look at a crowd of people and be like, listen, I don't know any more than you do. Shit's fucked. I'm trying to fix it. Nothing's working, but when we find a solution, we'll get back to you, you know? Who knows? I might not be the one to find the solution.
Head in midair by golden glows.
2/3 of Ponyville's citizens are trapped in that sludge. Who knows how long they can survive that way?
Mayor Mare's pince nez was missing, and her cravat hung loose around her sand-coloured neck.
The fields can't get any sun underneath all that muck either,
added a pony with a cutie mark comprised of a bunch of carrots.
What'll we do if our crops die?
I was told the magic keeping the refugees able to walk on clouds only lasts for 3 days, Your Highness. If we don't deal with this soon, the unicorns and earth ponies we rescued will fall right out of Cloudsdale.
Piped up a pale pink Pegasus mare.
I have no answers for my constituents, Your Highness. They keep asking me questions, and I have no answers to any of them.
How long is this crisis going to last?
Are we going to fight the slime?
Can we fight it? Is it even possible?
We could marshal our remaining citizenry into a combative force if you so order it.
Okay, I think I've seen this OC before. That is... Don't tell me. That is... 007's boyfriend. I don't know how long ago this was. But I see his OC standing with 007 a lot of the time. There's a word in front of 007. I don't know what the word is though. Not right now. I'm pretty sure someone in chat will tell me.
But a lot of the survivors are children or ponies with no combat experience. I'm not sure how effective they'd be.
We can't send every pony into battle willy-nilly against a demon slime monster that eats ponies.
There is no cause for panic.
Princess Celestia sat in the eye of the hurricane of pressing...
Yeah, that's Sonic Fan. That's his name. Yeah, Sonic Fan. He plays Charming Armor and Friendship is Tragic. I didn't know he voice acted. Okay. Scribbler's teaching me stuff. Fween Sheep is Tragic.
Crises, calm and collected and serene. When she spoke, the clamouring crowd around her fell silent at once.
The danger is great, but we will overcome it,
she said firmly, making the words a statement of fact rather than a soothing blandishment.
My sister is summoning a powerful ally of ponykind, and even now my greatest new princess, Twilight,
I'm Shadow 007. Yes, correct.
The doors
Oh, Jesus Christ.
the room glowed red and hurled themselves open, revealing Twilight's sparkle in the hallway beyond.
Some random asshole just smacked me in the face and now I want to go home.
Breath through trembling lips, and her eyes shone with anguish.
Princess?
She tried to speak on, but her voice lost all volume.
Princess? Please.
Princess Celestia showed not even the faintest sign of shock as she calmly addressed her entourage.
Give us a moment, if you please.
The group reluctantly dispersed, leaving the two alicorns alone in the expansive hall. Celestia gestured in welcome with her wings, beckoning her student forward. Twilight hung her head and slowly came closer. Her legs shook with every step. She looked up at Celestia through a blur of tears.
Please. Please, tell me this is another test.
Please tell me you orchestrated this to see if I can pass it, and if that's true, I'm failing, and I need an out. I need you to I need you to stop. I need like, this is not funny. This is not a joke. People are dying left and right. I don't know what the fuck the schmooze is. I need this to stop.
She galloped forward and threw herself against the princess. Her damp, bruised cheek slid on the elder alicorn's golden patral. Celestia gently hugged Twilight back.
A test?
I'll fail it. I'll flunk right out. I don't care. Take it all away. Send me back. Please. Please just make it stop.
Celestia held her closer and unfolded her wings to wrap around them in a second hug.
Oh, Twilight Sparkle. I am so sorry. This is no test.
This is the real deal.
You'll never disappoint me. I am so proud of how far you've come.
Twilight pressed her face into Celestia's chest, hiding in the shade of her wings.
But they're all gone. It got them all. Rarity and Pinkie, Apple.
Not all. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that yet.
Jack and Fluttershy. I let them down.
Fluttershy is dead as hell, but
If I'd hurried more, if I hadn't tried to keep everything so organized, I could have.
Enough, Twilight.
Celestia spoke in the same tone Mrs. Cake had used. The stern kindness.
you're twilighting. We need you to stop twilighting.
That's all any pony could have asked of you. Even now, as a princess, you will sometimes face challenges that are beyond you. You aren't perfect, but that doesn't mean you're a failure. Did you think less of me when I couldn't defeat Queen Chrysalis at your brother's wedding?
No, of course not. Never.
Twilight looked up at Celestia, her eyes wide.
But all those ponies.
Her head drooped again.
It's because of them that you need to be strong, Twilight. Thousands of ponies are in danger, and thousands more may join them soon. It can seem like a painful and lonely burden sometimes, to be the one every pony turns to.
A flicker of sadness passed through Celestia's features.
But that's when the magic of friendship lightens the load. When you feel frightened or alone or uncertain, think of the ones who love and support you, whether here or far away, whether safe or endangered. And be strong for them.
Twilight wiped her eyes with a front hoof and then looked into Celestia's eyes for a long, silent moment. She managed a weak smile and slowly nodded.
I will, Princess. Thank you.
When things are shitty, friendship has your back. You know what I need to put in OBS? You know what I need to put in OBS? I need to put like a cut of the My Little Pony credits sting. Like whenever they roll credits, because there's a meme with the MLPG4 where it's like something bad will happen, but it'll be such a bad cliffhanger, and then they'll just play the credits, and the credits is just like My Little Pony. Like it's such a happy song to contrast with the whole situation. I gotta put that in OBS one day.
Celestia
That could be a good gag.
closer before releasing her and smiling back. Just then, the clatter of hooves on marble rang out in the hallway, and Rainbow Dash skidded to a landing in the Great Hall, followed by several guards and castle servants.
Princess Celestia! Twilight! I'm back! And I brought a maggot!
She took a few breaths before speaking on.
I already told Princess Luna, but then I saw what's happening out there. What's going on? What is that stuff, and where's every pony else?
Celestia looked down at her student. Twilight returned the look, and then slowly shook her head before stepping forward.
That slime came from the south, and it leaves whoever it touches helpless. It's just you and me left right now, Rainbow.
Twilight's face was calm.
You know what just now hit me? The stakes have been raised. Grogar hasn't even appeared yet. It's just, there are two major threats, the schmooze and Grogar didn't even do anything yet. So I'm freaking out about the schmooze. I'm waiting for Grogar to show up and like start fucking shit up. So I gotta keep in mind that Grogar has not appeared yet and things are already pretty bad.
But the mask was thin. Dash's wings drooped.
I was too late?
No!
Twilight Twilight cantered forward to stand before her friend.
No. Canterlot is still safe. The princesses are all right, and you did what you were asked to. I'm sure we can beat this now that we've got...
Twilight's features jerked in confusion.
Wait. Did you say a Megan?
Megan, the one and only Megan the Stallion.
No, right? I thought they were just made up. I have read so many legends about the Megan. A creature that powerful is just what we need. Where is it? There's no time to lose.
Where is it?
Celestia stood and trotted closer.
Yes. Please take us to the Megan, Rainbow Dash.
Right. This way, on one of the balconies.
Dash gave a quick salute and then took off. She raced through the halls at speed, haphazardly dodging statues and passers-by. Twilight and Celestia sped along behind her, magicking right what tipped over in Dash's wake.
Fizzy.
The trio soon came to the balcony where Dash had arrived, and came to a halt on sight of Princess Luna, alone. Rainbow Dash frowned.
Where's the Megan? I left her right here.
Luna took a slow breath.
She is gone.
Twilight stared in shock.
Gone? Gone where? Is she helping already?
Yeah, she got right to it.
She is not, nor does she plan to. She says there is nothing we can do.
Celestia met her gaze.
Sister.
Luna turned away. Her shoulders shuddered.
I made a terrible mistake. I pinned our hopes on a silly dream, and now all of Equestria will pay the price for my folly. All is lost!
She heaved a heavy sigh.
All is lost.
Dash shook her head in horrified denial.
No. I only left because you... And now... all our friends...
The Pegasus gritted her teeth, squeezing her features tight to hold in her shame.
Cloudsdale is... gone? No. It can't be. My family, they can't be. They just can't. Okay? Ugh.
She turned and galloped back into the castle with a frustrated growl. Twilight backed away, her resolute expression melting by the moment. She went after Dash, but soon found herself left behind when Dash started flying through the halls again. Princess Celestia looked down at the polished stone between her front hooves. For a time, the only movement on the balcony was the weightless flowing of the royal sisters' manes.
Sully, please! I never meant...
Luna
Straight to the moon. She's sending her straight to the moon. She's sending her straight to the moon.
her sister, her eyes shining. Celestia closed her eyes and softly sighed before turning away.
I must go raise the sun.
Luna watched her older
Oh,
sister
she is disappointed.
under the cold moonlight. She knew that it was still many hours before the dawn.
Many hours before the dawn. So she just like came up with a lie just to get out of that situation. Oh man. Let's raise the sun like 6 hours earlier. This sounds like a good idea.
Half a continent away, Grogar the skeletal ram stood on a smooth outcropping of rock in the smooth flooded badlands and watched the pony's despair reflected in the pale white glow of the enchanted slime pool. His jawbone...
Excuse me, Scribbler has just informed me that her cats have come over because they heard my cat. Now I'm looking for my cat, and my cat is nowhere to be found. She'll come back.
clacked as he let out a raspy chuckle.
Well, it seems they brought back Megan after all. And here, I was about to start worrying.
Long, jagged, snaking shadows crept at the edges of the light from the slime pool. A rumbling growl made the still air shiver.
Ghost cat. Oh no. Oh god.
Grogar turned to peer at the darkness. The red pinpoints that served as his eyes narrowed.
Yes, my minions. It's your turn now. Time to make up for your earlier misdeeds. After all, the best time to strike a foe is when they've lost hope.
He turned back to the slime pool and looked down at it.
After centuries of scheming, my time has come at last, and Equestria's bright future is a thing of the past. The schmooze is pouring onwards, and nothing can stop its flow. Princess,
I mean, that's the way the song goes.
are you watching? I hope you enjoy the show. Once sludge and slime and eyeballs have covered everything, I'll stand upon the ruins and crown myself their king.
His horns glowed. The pool swirled and undulated, resolving itself into the gently rippling image of an orange pony curled up in despair in a cart, floating adrift in the slime. It shifted to a cyan Pegasus stomping down the halls of Canterlot Castle, face streaked with angry tears. Then again to the Lunar Princess, alone on a balcony, her own expression unreadable.
How can you face another dawn, little ponies? There's nothing left to hope for.
The view shifted to a blonde human girl, paddling a hastily constructed raft into the schmooze to flee Canterlot. Grogar's smile darkened. Nearly purring, he murmured,
They actually brought you here to help them. How wonderful.
Slightly muffled, Megan's voice emanated from the image.
The doctors always told me that this place was in my head. So, they're wrong, or I'm gone crazy.
She set down her oar and let the raft drift.
It's just like I remember. Pain and horror everywhere. Why'd that pony even bring me? I'm not their superhero.
She slumped down. She hugged her legs, resting her head on her knees.
I'm not anything at all.
Oh, now's not the time for this.
Swirled into the newly ascended Princess Twilight on the castle's front steps, looking down at the refugees. Her face was a mask of pain and barely restrained grief.
Oh, little princess, you've had your sweet, and now taste the sour side of ruling. There's nothing left.
The image shifted to Celestia, alone in her unlit chambers. She stared into the fireplace, as if the answers to all the questions in the universe could be found in the cold coals. She whispered to herself.
There's nothing left.
Her wings drooped. Her head hung down, and a tear slid down her alabaster cheek. Grogar's coiled horns flared, and the slime pool's glow snuffed out. He unleashed an echoing laugh, and was soon joined in his sadistic glee by the deep, throaty cackling of the growing horde of schmooze splattered dragons gathering around him.
All right, man. Alright, it's not, the situation is not that funny. Just relax, just calm down. I know you think this is hilarious, it's not. Alright. We are 2 episodes down, and I gotta react to 2 other episodes. I've been here for 3 hours, but I said I was gonna do it, so I'm gonna do it. Do we have any... We're gonna sit through the credits. Is there anything I missed in the credits? Let's see the art, but let's turn this down a little bit. I'm excited. I'm excited. Because from this point up until this point, the schmooze has been the only threat. Now Grogar is actually going to step in the ring, and now we're going to see how, like, this person has written them to be an actual threat. The upcoming episodes are longer, by the way. Good. Scribbler is like my fucking like if you ever see boxing, there's a dude that sits in the corner, and whenever they ring the bell, there's a dude who like gives you water and checks to see if your eye is too swollen. I'm just in here getting my ass kicked, and Scribbler's like, listen, if you want to throw in the towel, you can throw in the towel. I'm like, listen, no, let me at him, boss, let me at him. Oh, she wrote something. Thank you to everyone who worked on and encouraged this episode. I promised it wouldn't take 2 years, and though the pandemic did its best to derail that promise, we are victorious. Yes, through the power of friendship. My utter gratitude to all who have supported us, and we hope you enjoy the adventure still to come. Oh, I'm here. I'm here for it. Hit me with some more. Hit me with some more. History repeats. Actually, there's just one more episode. Okay. Unless, Scribbler, is there a History Repeats episode 4 that you didn't put in the thumbnail yet? I mean, that you didn't put in the playlist yet? Let me know. Oh god, I gotta turn this up. It's like Twilight is whispering in my ear. I'm like, speak up!
I did all that was necessary, sister. The Megan will come, and our troubles will be over.
Ponies are suffering, Luna.
I'm sorry.
Why did you show me Luna having the fucking demon beast eyes?
Beating on the magic somehow.
Big man, it's me. It's Jackie. Wake up. Please.
I tried, and I'm trying. I rescued every pony I could. Do you think this has been easy for me? I lost friends today.
And I lost my wife and little girl!
Please tell me that.
Some of the VAs changed in this episode. Okay. I would expect, like, VAs change sometimes. It's fine.
Another test. I'll fail it. I'll flunk right out. I don't care.
So I'd say watch the opening credits this time. Gotcha.
Please just make it stop.
In Shadow's bower lies Tendelon, till dark as midnight shines the dawn. This is all your fault.
Everyone is so sad. I don't have anything to add. Everyone is so sad and distraught, and just things are falling apart. Starring Ebony Tales as Twilight Sparkle, Ten Cage as Celestia, Vladdy voices as Luna. Okay. Still the same as Applejack. I love this vector of Applejack. Her mane is just crazy. Wubcake is still Rainbow Dash? What the fuck? Ribbon Chan is Pinkie Pie. I assume that Pinkie Pie doesn't have any lines in this, considering that she's gone. What the hell? Ice glaze is rarity. Okay. Quirky craft is Fluttershy. Cloud9 is lightning dust. We haven't seen this bitch all episode. Party Blossom is Apple Bloom. Maybe the Hawthorn is Spike. Greg F as Discord. We're gonna. Chrysalis shows up? Please tell me Chrysalis shows up. What the hell? Fluttershy is alive. I'm sorry. So things are not going as I originally thought, which is good. I love the fact that I'm not able to predict what happens.
Then magicked down 3 more piles. She pulled out 3 tomes, set them down side by side, and started leafing through them all at once.
Your Highness?
The blonde-maned earth pony Hoof Maiden had approached with such silence that Twilight had not even noticed her.
Yes? What is it?
Twilight did not look up. The mare scuffed at the floor with a front hoof.
Oh, it's just...
I
wondered if you needed anything, Your Highness. Perhaps some food?
No.
Spot all the references in this library segment. Okay, I'll try.
Don't have time to eat.
Twilight frowned.
And eat?
That paperweight is Pluma, another character from G1.
You have to call me that.
The mare gave a quick curtsy.
Yes, Princess. Sorry, Princess.
Twilight.
Paperweight. Oh, it's probably like a scene back, huh? Ah, this? That's Pluma? Okay, alright. Yeah, that would, yeah. Is that? That can't be the only reference. It has to go up.
Twilight heaved a sigh as the mare backed out of the room.
I'm looking.
Felt like it had passed in moments.
I don't know what that is back there.
The little dragon was curled up.
Spike is fucking dead. She was an antagonist voiced by Sue Blue, the very first out lesbian VA in children's entertainment. Ah, look at you dropping some knowledge on me. I didn't know that shit either.
Corner, half buried under a pile of unshelved scrolls. Hours of study and dozens of books and scrolls had turned up practically nothing of value.
What am I missing?
Twilight asked the silent room and her snoozing assistant. She sagged.
This is where
There will be more. Okay, I hope so.
advice that points me in the right direction.
She turned away from the work table and mussed her mane with her hooves until it puffed into a frizzy cloud around her head.
Gee, Twilight!
She said to herself in a squeaky impression of her friend's voice.
You shouldn't feel bad. There's still a whole bunch of sections you haven't looked through.
Twilight pranced past the still undisturbed stacks.
Cookbooks and joke books and picture books and storybooks for little fools. I love.
Okay, I'm seeing like an hourglass, but that's about it. And random books there stacked.
Stories.
Twilight clapped her front hooves together and bounded in place, giggling.
You have lost your damn mind.
Forced, however, and her bounds lost altitude until she was just shuddering in place. Twilight dropped to her knees and squeezed her eyes shut.
Pinkie, I'm sorry.
According to this episode's opening, everybody is fine. Oh, okay. References. What the fuck do these books say? How the Megan saved the day. A heartwarming tale. Okay, that's an episode. What in the goddamn... Alright, I'm going to turn the quality up if I can. Oh, I totally can. There we go. 5 things that... What the fuck? 5 things that always happened to Twilight Sparkle. Oh no, I can't read that blue book. Also, my neck is starting to hurt. Home is where the harp is? Is that a fanfic? That sounds like a fanfic. Also, ghost, goblins, and ghoulish figures. That sounds like a book in real life. Alright, let's continue.
Opened her eyes a crack. Her gaze settled on the spine of one of the storybooks on a low-set shelf.
5 things that never happened to Twilight Sparkle. Oh my god. If I would have known that it would have fucking zoomed in like this, I would have never did this. Home is where the harp is. That sounds like a Lyra fanfic. Ghastly the Great. 5 things that never happened to Twilight Sparkle. Is Feel the Touch of a Stallion one of them? Is that a fanfic? That sounds like a fanfic. It was my 500 subscriber special. What? You shouldn't have told me that. You really shouldn't have told me that. Where am I? Five. Twilight. Five things that never happened to Twilight Sparkle. 5,000 sub special. How long is that? It's 30 minutes. I'll come back to that later. And Home is Where the Harp Is was originally a schmooze fic I made back in 2013. Home is Where the Harp Is a schmooze fanfic? It has the word harp in it. Gusty the Great, Spike read it to Flurry Heart in the show. Oh, see, I never would have picked up on that. I never would have known that. Like, fine little details like that, I would never pick up on.
Twilight stared at it for a silent moment. Then she got to her hooves, magicked her mane straight, and levitated the book off the shelf.
This is ridiculous. I've looked up ancient myths and legends before, but bedtime stories?
She sat down in front of the work table, set down the book, and then opened it.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute.
She sat down in front of the work table, set down the book.
Princess Trixie Sparkle. Alright, I know that one. That is the fanfic the Mag made. I reacted to that. Unfortunately, I can't post that because I don't know where the VOD is. Truth be told, another fanfic it sounds like. Reign of the Sun, that sounds like another fanfic. Apple Sleep Experiment. Gee, I wonder what Apple Sleep Experiment is. It's not like I reacted to that months ago. Vampilance. Friendship is Tragic? Okay, these are too easy. These are way too easy. I don't know what the one on the side says, though. Something sweet to bite. Something sweet to bite. Okay, that's a Candy Mare fanfic. All right. I think I have them all.
And then opened it. Antique illustrations of ponies standing alongside the odd bipedal figure of the Megan were accompanied by a doggerel verse in
I'm sorry you guys can't see the books because my webcam is in the way, but I read all of them.
Cursive mouthwriting.
When pony lives hung by a thread, the Megan rose and bravely said, "Though darkness now may shroud your eyes, the sun is surely going to rise."
Twilight ran a hoof over the illustration of the otherworldly creature, noting the long spidery paws, the missing tail, and the awkwardly straight hind legs. She shuddered.
Creepy. Friend
Twilight, shut up.
Both every monster born. The Megan came on Rainbow's light to vanquish evil with her might. Huh, Rainbow's light. Just like when... No, that's silly.
She turned the page.
Foul magic brought an awful curse, dark and dreary, dank and worse. The evil presence sang to show how it relished spreading pain and woe.
The illustration showed a purple shadow spreading over the land, covered in sneering, ghostly faces. Ponies fled in terror, but the Megan approached in the distance, followed by silhouetted Pegasi. Twilight read on.
The Megan summoned fairy friends from where the south horizon ends. The fair folk's light of blazing gold purged the evil's darkling hold.
Twilight frowned at the picture of elegant, sharp-featured Pegasi with insect antennae.
Fairies now? Please.
She leaned in closer, studying the strangely...
You see, the joke here is that Twilight is a mare of science. So if you start reading her fairy tales and you start passing them off as fact, she's going to have a problem with that.
Design of the creature's wings. She raised an eyebrow.
I never did find out where that gossamer wing spell I used on Rarely first came from.
She caught herself and blushed at her own whimsy.
Every pony's counting on me. I shouldn't be wasting time with a bedtime story for fools.
She turned the page.
The ponies cheered her victory and came from miles around to see the one who saved them, one and all, by answering their desperate call. But not long past that joyous day, the Megan had to go away. For reasons clear to understand, she missed her home and native land. Though she's returned from whence she came, you may yet see her just the same. For the Megan will one day come back, and at her side...
What?
Spike snorted and sputtered in confusion as Twilight magicked him onto her back and galloped out of the library.
Applejack. Applejack, right? It's Applejack. It has to be Applejack.
Megan awoke, stiff and sore, with the stench of burnt rubber filling her nostrils.
What? Where am I?
She opened her eyes to the sight of a town soaked with dark purple smooze.
No, it's not real.
She tried to stand up, but faltered on all fours when the wooden raft beneath her tilted ominously.
Whoa!
She tensed, her stance wide, until the makeshift boat steadied itself.
Okay. That felt pretty real.
She carefully...
This is not a dream!
And then hid her face in her hands. She groaned.
What happened? I haven't had a full relapse in 10 years. Why? What's wrong with me? What if nothing's wrong? What if it's all real? What if you're back in Ponyland?
The thought crept up unbidden, tempting Megan with its soothing surrender of sanity. It was so easy to give in to the madness. Megan violently shook her head.
Ponies can't talk. Unicorns don't exist. Pegasi don't exist. Horses can't be pastel colors or have rainbow manes or tails. Horse eyes are made of collagen fibers and pigmented epithelium, not jewels.
She reached into her shirt and pulled out a heart-shaped metal locket covered in bright red lacquer and strung on a thick cord. She opened it, revealing a smooth, mirrored, and utterly empty interior.
Magic isn't real.
As if in answer, a soft sob
echoed in the silent distance. Megan closed the locket and stuffed it back inside her shirt, in the direction of the cry. The wooden cart was floating in the smooze, slowly drifting on the stuff's unnatural currents, and whoever was inside the cart was crying. Megan stifled the urge to call out. Instead, she sat still and did nothing. From inside the cart, a female voice spoke.
Aw, poor Applejack.
Megan frowned. Her hallucinations were playing dirty. The voice lost itself to further sobs. Megan's raft was slowly drifting closer to the cart. She wiped her eyes. The smooze's stink was clearly making them water, and then squeezed her knees with her hands.
Stop being stupid. She's not real.
Oh, you poor summer child.
Megan took a slow, deep breath and let it out with a resigned sigh.
Fine. Just this one. Just shut her up. Here we go again. Oh, come on. It'll be okay. You'll see.
Megan said half-heartedly. She rolled her eyes. She could no more promise that than she could promise to lasso the moon and ride home on a moonbeam. The pony in the cart shifted.
It's not! They're all gone! I just bugged Dapple, all my dearest kid got...
The pony jerked to her hooves and reared up over the edge of the cart to shout.
It's never gonna be okay!
Megan shared the pony's gasp.
Oh no, they know each other.
Oh my god. Applejack!
Megan scrambled for the oar and paddled her raft closer with desperate splashing strokes. Applejack's jaw dropped further, for a moment shock burying her grief.
What? How do you... What in Celestia's name are you?
You silly pony. It's me, Megan.
The prophecy is being foretold.
The raft bumped into the edge of the drifting cart. Megan reached out and seized Applejack in her arms.
I thought you were dead.
She squeezed the pony close, looked up and whispered,
This is a thank you, right? For playing along?
Applejack squirmed in the strange creature's grasp.
We? Megan? Like in the stories?
She raised an eyebrow.
Yep, like in the stories.
Well, for crying out loud, it's just a name.
She squirmed harder. Megan frowned.
No, it's you. You've got the same name, the same coat, even your little butt symbol.
Megan slid a hand over Applejack's cutie mark.
Hey now.
Applejack shoved her back and sat down heavily in the cart.
Quit fooling around. This ain't the time nor the place.
Megan nodded.
You're right. We should leave. Find some high ground where the smooze can't get to us.
Applejack shook her head.
I can't just turn tail and go. My family's stuck in this awful stuff. Big Macintosh and Granny Smith and little Apple Bloom.
She met Megan's gaze.
You're the Megan, right? Well, can't you help?
And yeah, here it comes. Sorry, Brain.
Okay, if you've been watching me watch this, you will notice that I will momentarily look over to my left and look at something that I am very interested in. What I have done is that I have pulled up a Wikipedia article on Megan Williams, the character from G1, just to get more information on the G1 aspect of things. During her quest, Megan encountered the sea ponies and the moo chick. The latter gave her a heart-shaped locket which contained the Rainbow of Light. I don't know what the Rainbow of Light is, but I want to know what the Rainbow of Light is. Is that like a... You know what? No. I'm going to say what I think it is. The Rainbow of Light sounds like she's gonna open her locket and it's gonna kill T-Rex. Don't tell me if I'm right. If I figured out the ending to this story, I'm sorry.
One familiar face won't make me give up on getting better.
Megan sighed in annoyance.
Screw your granny! We gotta get out of here!
Damn!
Applejack's forehead smashed into Megan's face in a blur of orange and yellow. The human fell back onto the raft, clutching her nose and groaning. Applejack's lunge had taken her out of the cart. She stood on the raft and stared down at Megan with fire in her eyes.
Don't you ever talk about my granny like that!
Megan hovered her hand over her own face and strained to focus her watering eyes on the blood covering her fingers.
What? I don't care if you are the Megan. No one puts down my family. I'd do anything for them. Anything!
Megan stared at the panting, scowling pony.
Watch Rescue at Midnight Castle. It's not that simple. It's not that simple, huh? Alright, I believe you. The locket you saw here was empty. What does that mean? As opposed to being filled with what? I'm so excited for you. Oh my god. Alright, fine. We're on episode 3. This is the last episode I'm doing before the stream ends. I'm gonna... Is this gonna make me watch G1? Is this fucking thick? Is this fucking reading gonna make me watch the fucking Rescue at Midnight Castle just to fill in the gap? Alright, fine.
She heard the hiss of her breath. She smelled the stink of the schmooze. Tasted blood. She felt the rough wood beneath her and the sting of pain in her nose and upper lip. And she sensed the honest heartache and fearsome rage radiating from this same but different Applejack. This
Yeah.
warm, breathing, talking, living thing.
Are you getting it now?
Megan whispered.
I'm really here.
Oh, now it's hit you. MLP G1 Nightmare at Midnight Castle. That's not what Scribbler said. What did she say?
Discord sat on his own tail, as if riding in a canoe, propelling himself across the surface of the schmooze on the outskirts of
Well, Discord's being a jackass. Rescue at Midnight Castle. I said Nightmare at Midnight Castle. Rescue at Midnight Castle. Thank you, Google. Rescue at Midnight Castle was the first My Little Pony special and a precursor to the My Little Pony and Friends. It served as a pilot for the franchise, introducing numerous characters who would appear in the later series and subsequent media. There's a full episode on YouTube. Okay, I'll also save that for later, I suppose. We gotta get through this, guys.
Ponyville with an invisible paddle and humming tunelessly. He eventually came to the island that was once Fluttershy's hilltop cottage and drifted to a stop in front of the stricken Pegasus. He wiggled his lion's paw fingers in greeting.
Oh, hello again, Fluttershy. Thought I'd stop by and see how you're doing.
Fluttershy said nothing.
Oh, you fucking asshole.
A grin rotated on his face, becoming a frown.
Oh, come on now. This stuff isn't that bad.
He scooped up some schmooze and stretched it between his paws.
You get dirty all the time, caring for all those animals, don't you?
Fluttershy remained still as a statue. Discord tossed the blob of schmooze over his shoulder, heaved a melodramatic sigh, and then folded his arms.
Oh, fine. If you're going to give me the silent treatment, I suppose I could be convinced to clean you off. But you'll owe me one.
He gestured, as if rolling up the sleeves he did not have, and wound up for a theatrical point of his finger. But just then, his ear twitched, and he paused.
Ah, hold that thought. My ears are burning.
His ears burst into flame.
I just need to go take care of this, and I'll be right back.
He reached up to snuff out the flames, and then ducked down to whisper to Fluttershy.
Now don't you go anywhere.
Discord snapped his eagle talons and disappeared in a white flash. Fluttershy stayed where she was, half buried in schmooze, her eyes wide and her pupils tiny.
The equivalent of just walking up to a corpse and being like, "Hey, how you doing, bud?" Well, people in chat have told me they're not dead, so...
Princess Luna paced in the shadowy depths of the crystal-studded mines beneath Canterlot, her face locked in a dismal scowl. She had called for the demon 3 times now, but her expression did not brighten when the flash of Discord's arrival reflected off the faceted walls. Discord appeared in mid-air, reclining on nothing with blithe nonchalance.
Hello, princess. How are things?
Luna narrowed her eyes.
You knew it would happen.
Discord batted his eyelashes in feigned innocent confusion.
Knew what would happen?
Luna's eyes began to glow. She gritted her teeth. The air around her grew dense and dark. All at once, Discord dropped the pretense.
Oh, you mean your legendary, heroic Megan thing. I take it things didn't go as planned.
Luna's dark fury dribbled away, leaving her sagging and small in its wake. She spoke to the ground.
I was so sure.
I know, Luna. It's not as easy to be good as they make it look, is it?
Discord's voice was soft like velvet, warm honey. Luna turned away from the demon.
The way my sister looked at me,
She choked up.
She's upset. But she loves me still. She will forgive me.
Luna ignited.
She's just disappointed in you.
Jerked her head. A row of crystals shattered.
To be honest, if you ask anybody with siblings or like a loving family, a lot of them would be like, I would rather them be mad at me than have them be disappointed in me. Because then that means that they gotta lower their standards for you.
That makes it so much worse.
Discord drew back. He stayed silent. Luna began to pace around the crystalline cavern.
We used to depend on each other. We were as one, united against the evils of the world.
She shot Discord a toxic glare.
Against you!
Discord made a sheepish and silently said, "Guilty." Luna sighed.
I was so grateful she forgave me for becoming the nightmare. But now all she does is forgive me. I'm just some pony she forgives, some pony she apologizes for. She's not my sister. She is my keeper.
Well, that's not all she does. She also spends a lot of time tutoring Twilight Sparkle.
What is this angle you were trying to come on right now?
A horn blazed. Discord licked his lion fingers and then calmly reached out and snuffed Luna's horn like a candle flame.
Temper, temper, princess. Don't you remember? I've got a backup plan.
Luna jerked her horn free from Discord's fingertips, but she kept her gaze locked on his.
Tell me.
Discord is pulling some strings that I don't want him to pull right now.
Princess Celestia tilted her head inquisitively.
I was just going to check on the refugees, Twilight. What's all this about?
Twilight Sparkle stopped in front of Celestia on the
Well, here's some art for you. I like it. It's distinctive. It has a specific style.
Spike hopped off her back. Twilight magically waved the storybook before Princess Celestia's eyes and held it open to the page that bore the shocking passage.
It's this. You see? This is it. It all makes sense. This is why the Megan didn't act like she was supposed to. If I can find Applejack, bring her here, and cure her somehow, then the Megan will come back properly, and this will all be over.
Celestia's eyes quickly darted over the page. Her golden magic enveloped the book and gently but firmly pushed it down to the floor.
My dear student, when was the last time you slept? Or ate?
Spike raised a claw.
When was the last time you touched grass? Went outside?
I used magic instead. But it doesn't matter. I found it. I found the answer.
Twilight spoke faster and faster, a manic edge spreading through her voice like a spiderweb crack through glass.
If I can help Applejack, then I can help everybody. And I will help them. I will. I won't fail them. I won't abandon them. I won't leave them out there alone, stuck in muck while I flap my wings and got away. It's perfect.
Her left eyelid twitched.
It's perfect.
Celestia's brow furrowed.
Twilight.
She paused, her head angled upward. Her eyes widened.
Princess?
Twilight stepped back, and then turned around to follow her mentor's gaze. Princess Luna and Discord were in flight, spiraling around one of Canterlot Castle's tallest spires. When they reached the top, Luna alighted on the side of the conical roof, while Discord coiled around the tower below her.
Hear us, equestrians!
Luna boomed with the full, echoing might of the royal Canterlot voice.
We have come to your aid!
She gestured to the Draconiquus at her hooves.
We have bound this once deepest foe to a goodly purpose.
Discord waved at the crowd of ponies in the courtyard below, all of whom were now staring up at him.
That's right. Princess Luna has convinced me to do the right thing.
His voice carried as well as Luna's without any apparent rise in volume. He smiled benignly, and a golden halo appeared between his mismatched horns.
With my help, she'll clean up this little mud puddle before you know it.
A few scattered cheers from the crowd quickly blossomed into concern.
Hey, we're gonna do it! Finally!
Sidelong glance and a satisfied nod. Twilight's ears drooped.
No, they aren't going to.
Princess Celestia frowned.
What's wrong?
Twilight spread her wings.
I already tried to use magic on the slime. It just feeds on it. Magic makes it grow. I've got to stop them.
Oh, yeah, that is correct.
Now, Discord, redeem thyself. Bring an end to this disaster.
Discord gave a playful salute and then coiled up into the air above Luna. He clapped his hands together, unleashing white sparks, and started rubbing them together. His hands began to glow. And then his tail blazed purple-red, and his entire serpentine body jerked back and whirled around in the air before lashing out with a bullwhip crack. His concentration lost, the glow in his hands disappeared.
Stop!
Twilight raced up into view, her horn flaring.
Stop before it's too late!
This is gonna be a bad situation because Luna's already jealous of Twilight. And we've already had this conversation before where Luna being jealous of Twilight is already pretty freaking weird. We had this conversation in Friendship is Tragic. It's so strange.
Twilight Sparkle?
Luna grimaced in confusion.
What is this? Hast thou taken a leave of thy senses?
Yes, what's the big idea?
Discord added, shaking the red aura off his tail like soaked rainwater.
I almost chipped a tooth.
He conjured a small mirror and parted his lips, studying the reflection of ghastly dentition from a dozen species.
That slime eats magic!
Twilight shouted, loudly enough for the gathered crowd to hear.
If Discord tries to make it disappear, Equestria will end up buried in it!
The gathered ponies in the courtyard fell to nervous whispers and murmuring.
What?
Luna's gaze jumped from her fellow alicorn to the nearby Draconiquus, to the masses on the ground and back again. She bit her lip.
Nay, 'tis a lie! A lie!
Luna lunged forward.
Luna!
Flying up to Twilight down.
Our plan is a sound one. Thou art simply jealous, hoarding all the glory for thyself.
Oh my God.
Trembled as it pointed at Twilight.
Discord, please! really trust you yet, no matter what Fluttershy thinks. But you also know I'd never lie about something like this.
Discord sat on nothing and rested his chin in his eagle-taloned hand with a roll of his eyes.
It's true, Luna. Fancy new wings or not, Twilight's nothing if not a goody-goody.
He straightened and then turned away, hazarding a brief glance at the tiny speck of a distant cottage on the horizon.
Looks like it's back to the old drawing board.
In a white flash, he was gone.
Oh, God.
Jaw dropped.
May! What is thou?
Is she gonna, like, start some shit with Twilight now?
She looked down.
Oh, no.
Now
This face!
so low. Her older sister's majestic white form moved down to stand among them and offer comfort, followed by the purple dot of Twilight's little dragon.
Discord did this shit on purpose. He just wants to pit Luna and Twilight against each other so fucking bad.
Luna silently shook as she squeezed her eyes tightly shut, and a dull roar of poorly contained power surrounded her. When she opened her eyes, they glowed with cold white radiance.
We thank thee, Twilight Sparkle,
She said with glacial calm.
for opening our eyes.
She ignited her horn.
Luna.
Twilight reached out to the princess, but Luna
What's happening?
burst into a swarm of black bats.
Wait!
Twilight yelped in shock as the creatures scattered and fled. Twilight looked down into the courtyard, and her eyes met Celestia's. The fact that her mentor wore the same look of saddened helplessness that she did offered no comfort.
So she just left. Alright, I guess. So Discord left.
Had watched Twilight's confrontation with Luna and Discord from several spires away.
Discord left. We're gonna see Discord again. And Luna just fucked off, I guess, is where we're at right now.
On a parapet like a living gargoyle. She had been nursing a stormy mood ever since Luna's first plan had fallen through, but her grim amusement at the Alicorn's second humiliation was quickly followed by a twinge of guilt. She folded her front legs under her chin and sighed.
I guess not even Discord knows how to fix this.
Just then,
Wait, are they talking right now?
over her from above. Dash looked up.
Whoa!
A pale cloud, overloaded with a dozen enchanted earth ponies and unicorns, was slowly but surely sinking. It was barely above the capital's highest towers now. Dash leaped to her hooves and took flight. She pressed her front hooves to the cloud's underside and shifted its course as quickly as she dared without breaking it. The cloud draped over the edge of a nearby tower wall and then tipped, spilling its occupants onto a large terrace. The cloud finally ruptured, leaving Dash exposed and hovering, slightly damp, before the dazed ponies.
What happened?
She asked once they'd gathered their wits. She shook her head and tail clean of the water droplets.
I don't know.
Lyra gingerly rubbed a bump on the side of her head.
The spiky-maned Pegasus showed up with some royal guards and moved us off the cloud we'd been on.
Us too.
Agreed a dark blue earth pony stallion.
She dropped us off here and took our old cloud.
Dash
Oh.
Did she tell you why?
Lyra shrugged.
Something about a big storm?
The stallion nodded.
Yeah, some weather plan. We assumed she was some pony in authority. She sure talked like it.
Dash mentally ran over what she'd seen of the last meteorological plans. There wasn't any harsh weather planned for weeks yet.
What did this pony look like? Apart from the spiky hair.
Light greenish blue?
Mint green.
Lyra corrected.
Just a shade off from my coat color.
With orange and yellow hair. And a lightning bolt cutie mark.
Bonbon.
Lightning dust.
Busted up. Got a pretty nasty cut across her flank.
Lightning dust.
Lightning dust. It's gotta be.
A fierce
Gotta be.
possibility flickered through Dash's mind. She looked up at the sky.
Oh no.
gathered ponies huddled close in worry, but their gazes left Rainbow Dash.
What is it, Rainbow? What's wrong?
Twilight Sparkle flapped over to hover before her friend. Dash turned to face her.
I think lightning dust is gonna try to fry that slime using storm clouds.
But all the ponies...
I know! I gotta stop her! I'll be back as soon as I can.
She soared.
Ponies gotta stop trying to fix the problem when they don't know what they're doing.
But Dash was already flying faster than she could follow. Dash surged into the sky, straining for every ounce of speed. In moments, Canterlot was a tiny white island in the purple sea below.
Okay, alright.
Applejack glared in bemused outrage at the creature with whom she had come to blows. The Megan had said little more after a shocked statement, opting instead to stare at her in wide-eyed silence. Applejack decided to press the issue.
Really here? Of course you're really here. For Celestia's sake, snap out of it. I didn't hit you that hard.
The Megan rolled over onto all fours.
No.
If that was my full strength, you would have been dead.
It can't be real. It can't.
She pounded the raft with her long-fingered paw and let out a strangled groan. Applejack backed up to the edge of the raft.
Hey now, don't get angry.
She was suddenly acutely aware of the legendary creature's sheer size and of the meager scale of their wooden island in the smooths. But the Megan did not attack. Instead, she curled herself into a ball and started softly sobbing. Applejack shifted uncomfortably.
Like, oh no, what did I do?
You, Applejack. Why didn't any of you come find me? I didn't mean to leave. I was just gone, and then I couldn't find a way back. I told them about you, but nobody would believe me. Nobody! I went back to the ranch over and over. I begged and pleaded, and then I ran away and hitchhiked. But Firefly never came for me. None of you came for me. And then... I'm sorry. I stopped believing. I made myself stop believing in you. I couldn't deal with it anymore, so I believed what people told me instead of my own memories.
That moment when reality gaslights you into making you think that ponies aren't real, don't let them do it.
Applejack stared in frozen silence as she listened to the creature's meandering confessions and accusations. It all barely made any sense, but the hurt shone through, clear as a bell. The Megan was in pain, and, rude though she was, the creature had reached out when Applejack had let her own suffering show.
Granny didn't raise me to turn the tail on someone having troubles. I don't rightly know what you're going through, really. But for what it's worth, I'm sorry. It must have been hard not seeing your friends for all these hundreds of years. Sometimes it felt like that, Applejack.
The Megan's sobs blended with coughs of laughter. She fell on her side, facing Applejack.
Sometimes it felt like centuries.
Applejack raised an eyebrow. The Megan wiped her eyes.
Never mind. Whatever happened, it's fixed now. You were real. You were real and you brought me back. I won't let you down again. I can't.
Applejack frowned.
I don't understand. You're the Megan. You're a hero. You never let pony folk down. Not ever. Shoot. I got named after an earth pony who's been remembered for all this time, just for having known you.
The Megan stayed silent for a long time, her tiny but bright eyes fixed on Applejack's. Then she sat up.
This place is the same horror show it's always been. You can't ever let your guard down. Well, we're going to fix this. I swear to you, we are.
She held out her paw, the fingers spread wide.
I think I believe you.
Applejack reached out in kind, and only flinched slightly when the Megan gripped her hoof and shook it.
We should head out to Canterlot. If any pony can help us put an end to this, the princesses can.
How the hell are you guys gonna get up there?
Paddle once more, halting the raft's aimless drifting. As
Yeah, but how are you guys gonna get up there?
She gave her new comrade a sidelong glance and asked,
So, I always wondered, what's your actual name anyway?
How are you guys gonna get that Canterlot from where you are?
On the outskirts of Ponyville, Discord appeared with a flash a few yards from Fluttershy's prone, smooth-covered form. The Draconequus cautiously dipped an eagle claw into the purple goo and frowned. A minuscule magical spark left his claw, and the smooze rippled and burbled. A tiny new eyeball crested the surface to blink myopically at him. Discord drew back his hand and sucked his claw clean. His eyes widened, and he spat out 10 times as much smooze as he had tasted. More eyes swiveled up to look at him. He grimaced.
Ugh, yuck. It really does feed on magic.
He folded his arms.
Cheating. I expected better of you, Grogar.
Discord hovered over and craned his neck to look down at Fluttershy. He opened his mouth to speak, but to his surprise he found himself at a loss for words. He cleared his throat, and then took his tufted tail in his hands, wringing it absently.
All right, here it is. I know I said I was going to clean all that sludge off of you, but...
He looked away, meeting the unfeeling gaze of one of the Smooze's countless eyes.
Well, I thought about it, and now I'm not sure if you really need my help. You're a grown mare, and I don't want you to get all dependent on me.
What the hell? What the hell?
So why don't you just go ahead and get up on your own, huh?
He made a shooing gesture with both hands.
Go on, up you get.
Fluttershy did not. Discord
Of course.
and then sagged.
Oh, okay, fine. You got me. I would have figured out that I can't help you sooner, but I've been having a little fun at the princess's expense. They're both so stodgy and proper, I just couldn't resist. I played one off the other so I could come in and save the day. It was very not nice of me. I've learned a valuable lesson about...
That does sound like something Discord would want to do, though.
As soon as you get up, we can go and make sure they know it was all a misunderstanding.
He smiled expectantly and waggled his eyebrows. Fluttershy's expression stayed the same. Discord scowled.
Hey, I thought friends listen to each other. I'll have you know you aren't being a very good role model right now.
Is this a bit? Does he really not understand that Fluttershy is like disabled right now? Is he stupid?
Rehabilitation is at risk here. Stop being so selfish.
Fluttershy did not.
Fine then. Looks like you leave me no other choice.
He lashed out his lion arm and snagged a passing robin.
Fluttershy, stand up at once, or I will turn this adorable little bird into a commemorative dinner plate. And not the classy kind, either. It'll be absolutely dreadful.
His eagle talons.
So dumb. This is so dumb.
The bird panicked. Fluttershy's body shifted. Discord let the robin go to clap in triumph.
Aha! I knew you were faking, you sly little Pegasus.
He winked and waved a chiding lion finger.
I'll make a prankster out of you yet.
He dropped down into the smooze and lifted Fluttershy onto her hooves.
There we go, up and at him.
He let go. Fluttershy collapsed back into the smooze and sank even lower than before. She remained as still as a fallen doll until Discord felt another wave in the smooze, like the one that had moved her in the first place.
What?
Discord looked in the direction of the current. An ancient dragon half again the length of a pony city block, was wading toward him through the smooze. Its dark
Okay.
green scale
All right, now things are getting serious. Then now this is a problem.
was splattered all over with the stuff, including a thick layer over its face. It ignored its liquid blindfold, apparently navigating via the array of smooth eyes studding its outstretched wings. And standing on the enormous beast's broad head were the blackened, skeletal remains of a ram. The dragon plodded within a few yards of Fluttershy, and then
Oh,
angled
yeah.
its head to put the ram at eye level with Discord.
Hello, Discord. Look lighter than the last time I saw you.
Discord rubbed his paws together to wipe the smooze off.
Fluttershy in the background.
Quite literally. You've been dieting, Grogar?
Grogar gave a mirthless chuckle.
You never fail to surprise, demon. I was busy formulating plans for how to compete with you for control of this world. And then I find out that you've gone soft.
Soft? You're crazy.
He hopped down off the dragon's head to stand on the surface of the smooze like an insect on pond water. Discord's paws balled into fists. Smooze squeezed out between his fingers. He looked down at them in annoyance before going back to rubbing them together, harder this time.
Am I? From where I'm standing, it looks like my smooze has found a little something to stick to. Careless Discord, letting yourself care.
Discord's red-pupiled eyes flicked toward Fluttershy for a moment. He puffed out his chest.
I'm not. That's ridiculous.
I don't like her. Like I've never liked her. Like what are you talking about?
I most certainly do not have friends.
What a Chad. What a Chad.
But long, ropey tendrils of the stuff stuck fast and followed him up like the rigging of a ship. Smooth eyes for dozens of yards in every direction turned to focus on him. Grogar laughed again, this time with some genuine amusement.
The smooth begs to differ.
Discord gritted his snaggled teeth and raised a glowing paw. The closest strands of smooze seethed and thickened.
Careful. As you may have noticed, I have made some adjustments. You wouldn't be using any magic on my smooze unless you wanted to end up neck deep in it.
Grogar dipped his skull to give the impression of a grin. Discord narrowed his eyes.
I could just freeze all of it solid at once before it has a chance to grow, you know. Or make it rain boiling acid until it all dissolves. Or flip everything over onto the clean side like turning a mattress.
Grogar's red
Okay.
met Discord's more solid gaze.
And how would those sweet little ponies buried in it fare if you did? I wonder.
Listen, man, I don't care about these ponies.
Face facts, Discord. Sentiment makes you and those ponies weak. I am going to raise this pathetic kingdom to the ground.
You and what army?
Grogar angled his skull to give Discord a sidelong glance.
And you really turn good if you're saying something like that. And that army.
A line of purple-splattered, hulking dragons rose into view on the horizon.
It's over.
Grogar
It's
looked
over.
at Discord smugly. The The smooth tendrils were pulling the Draconiquus lower and lower now.
Your pathetic mortal friends are done for. Maybe if you turned your back on them, the smooths wouldn't cripple you.
He trotted over and patted the side of his huge dragon's head with a front hoof.
Like verdigris here. He's empty inside. Dragons don't love. They just want. And now, he just wants to destroy. Don't you?
The blinded dragon grinned toothily. Grogar turned back to face Discord.
So, what do you say?
I say,
Discord stared into Grogar's eye sockets for an endless instant.
Gesundheit.
What?
Behind Grogar, Verdigris reared up, snorting. The dragon coughed and gasped, shaking its head, before finally inhaling until its chest swelled, and then unleashing a gigantic and echoing sneeze.
Oh God, what the hell?
Bleached and pristine, flew out of its nose and mouth, tumbling in all directions. The beast collapsed like a deflated balloon.
Uh-oh. Oh God.
Distance, the closest row of the dragon army staggered to a halt. The dragons on the wing fell to earth. One by one, the stricken creatures sneezed. Some popped like bubbles and unleashed a rain of confetti and streamers. Some lost their bones like their bigger cousin, and some stifled fiery.
You know what? I'm glad that they wrote this into the story, because Discord's power is actually terrifying. He could do this. He could most certainly do this. He'd never do it in the show because it's a family show, but his power is so powerful that if he could turn you inside out if he wanted to. If he could do it, he could just do it. Like, he has the power to do so.
Sneezes so intense that they burned to a crisp from the inside out. By the time the mayhem subsided, Grogar's dragon army was smaller by nearly half. All around Discord, the smooths surged in boiling, bubbling waves in response to the massive magical display. Countless tendrils reached up to splash and bind him, pulling him down all the quicker. Grogar snarled in rage.
You fool! Why? Why throw your life away? For them!
Discord grinned impishly as the smooths covered him.
I'm not. Those little ponies managed to beat me, Grogar. I'm a god. You're just a dead sheep. When they destroy
Damn!
scary plan and leave you just like that.
He nodded at the scattered piles of dragon bones.
I'll still be free.
Discord shuddered and winced, and then fell silent and still. Grogar threw back his skull and let out a furious roar. One of the larger survivors dipped its head to allow Grogar to climb aboard, and the army marched and flew toward Canterlot. Moments later, once the smooths had rippled and settled and grown smooth once more in their wake, a far, far smaller ripple made Discord and Fluttershy's bodies shift as a shadow fell over the space between them.
I like that. I like that scene a lot. It's probably my favorite scene in this whole fic.
Lyra and Bonbon trotted through the cavernous hall.
Could you imagine someone fucking animating that whole standoff? Jesus. Don't even get me fucking started, bro.
Heading for Canterlot.
Is that the goddamn Hylian shield that Link has? No, shut. All right, fine. Yeah, all right, okay. Somebody's a fan of Legend of the Zelda. Legend of Zelda, not Legend of the Zelda. What the hell?
Pony's neck. She forced a smile.
We'll be okay. We'll see. We've been through worse than this before.
Not even
Have you?
Ponyville has been as bad as this before.
We still have each other, Bonnie. That's all that matters to me.
Bonbon wiped at her teary eyes.
That was so cheesy.
Lyra grinned.
Bet you love it.
I do.
Someday I'll get you to say that in front of a crowd while I'm holding a ring.
Oh shit.
Someday, Bonnie, I will make an honest mare out of you.
Bonbon giggled softly. The pair trotted on in slightly more comfortable silence for a time, until an echoing roar was followed by an immense impact.
Oh, I
shook the floor
don't like
and
that.
shattered the
I
glass
hate
of
that.
a nearby window.
Oh no.
Bonbon cried out and threw herself on top of the unicorn at her side as shards of glass rained down around them from the shattered window.
Bonnie, no! You'll be cut to pieces!
Fine.
The pair staggered back onto their hooves and looked around.
What's happening?
I don't know. Come on, we gotta get away from here before more windows shatter.
Don't kill them.
As they cantered through the halls, more and more roars and tremors sounded from afar and close by, and other ponies raced through the crisscrossing hallways. The first sign of the true nature of the crisis came when a section of outside wall tore away and a scaly, schmooze-covered head thrust inside.
What the hell? Oh, I hate that. I hate everything about that.
To a stop less than 2 yards from the monster. They pulled up the carpet as they threw themselves back the way they came. Fire-honed fangs clipped an inch of hair off the tip of Lyra's tail, but the pair escaped around a corner and began galloping in earnest.
They're not Hylian shields.
Panted Bonbon.
It's dragons!
Ponies! Kill the pony!
And a roar drowned out Lyra's reply as they came to the castle's
Okay.
front doors.
Time to spot the OC again. Lost Mag Clever 007's boyfriend. I think that might be Quillen led. Cloud9, Scribbler, narrator, somebody, Starry. Starry is not that big, by the way. She's a little smaller, but
The
sure.
dragon standing in the courtyard was half again the size of the one from which they'd fled. Its dark red, smooth, stained scales were already caked with dirt and rubble from the havoc it was wreaking, and refugee ponies were fleeing from it in all directions. The beast turned its blinded head toward Lyra and Bonbon and spread its wings, countless eyeballs rolling around to focus on them. The mares cringed and held one another, awaiting certain doom. But then...
I want somebody to count down how many times Scribbler said cringed in this fic reading.
3 stories worth of white stone tower swung down like a falling tree and shattered over the dragon's back, and a vision of holy fury descended from the sky. The blazing,
Hey!
corona-wreathed golden plate armored form of Princess Celestia alighted on a clear patch of ground. She spread her wings wide and spoke in the booming, stentorian tone of the royal Canterlot voice.
We will ask thee once, dragon. Go in peace. Now.
Her aura intensified. The grass around her smoldered and the stone bleached. The dragon shook like a wet dog, sending masonry scattering. It squinted its wing eyes against the princess's glare and then unleashed a furious roar.
Ponies! Kill the pony!
Who is doing this, dragon?
Her stance and lowered her head, leveling the razor-keen golden blade sitting flush with her flaming horn at the tainted beast. She addressed Lyra and Bonbon in a tone only slightly softer.
Run.
Snapped from their awestruck reverie, the two mares fled as quickly as their hooves could carry them. At least a dozen full-grown dragons were assaulting the city, and countless wormlings rampaging through the streets. Royal guards and able-bodied civilians clashed with the invaders with hoof and spear and tool. Every turn brought fresh dangers, and the pair galloped until their breath came in wheezing gasps. Lyra strained to keep up with Bonbon, but she simply could not match Earth Pony endurance. She started to fall behind. Bonbon slowed to keep her close.
Lyra! Come on, baby, you can do it!
No! Go! You go! Get to safety!
Not without you!
Don't kill Lyra.
Do it at all.
Your pep talks suck.
Fuck you too.
A black-scaled wormling floated into view from an alleyway and snarled menacingly.
Bonnie! Go!
Damn it, Lyra! I'm not leaving you!
Bonbon shoved Lyra forward, her tears leaving a damp streak on the unicorn's shoulder.
You have to!
Lyra ignited her horn. Her golden aura surrounded Bonbon. With a flick of her head, the Earth Pony flew ahead like she had been fired from a slingshot and tumbled down the street.
Come on, you big ugly thing! Come and get me!
Lyra is about to get so yeeted. She's about to get yeeted and skeeted.
Lyra turned to face the wormling.
Lyra, no!
Bonbon screamed in denial as the aura faded. She was halfway back onto her hooves when a blur of yellow and orange raced past her. The wormling inhaled, puffing out its chest to ready a fiery blast, and then caught the swing of a smithing hammer on the side of its jaw. It tumbled to the side, spraying out smoke and sparks like a Catherine wheel. Lyra and Bonbon both stared through the rain of ash and embers at the towering, inequine figure that had just saved them, as the orange mare that followed her.
You okay there?
Lyra,
Let's go.
unable to form proper words, merely nodded.
Good.
I don't know how the hell you got into Canterlot from where you were. I guess the fic never addresses that, but I'm glad you're here.
You need to get to high ground if you can.
The yellow-topped tall creature paused.
Higher than here, anyway.
Okay.
Lyra!
Bonbon galloped up to stand by her side.
Oh, baby, don't you ever do that again, or so help me. I will break up your heart and shove it up your...
Megan, we gotta go.
The pony beside the lanky creature flicked her head. The two impossible figures turned toward the castle and moved on without a word. Lyra sat down heavily, the chaos of the moment forgotten.
Bonnie? The story. The one you always read your niece. That was her. That was the Megan.
Bonbon.
Let's go.
Nod.
And that means...
It was Lyra's turn to nod.
We buy apples from the Applejack.
Twilight sparkle weaved through the air between towers in Canterlot, magically snatching up fleeing ponies as she went. The effort of carrying so many had made her horn burn painfully bright, but she gritted her teeth and flew on. Spike stood on Twilight's back between her wings, holding onto Twilight's mane with one claw and pointing out dragon-threatened citizens with the other.
There are so many of them. Why are they doing this?
It must be the slime!
Twilight shouted back. She swooped low and levitated a mare and her foal without even looking at them. She picked up a heavy chunk of fallen stone in her magic and hurled it at the wormling that had been menacing the pair.
Wormling.
Winced at his distant relative's lung-emptying grunt as the dragon was pinned between the rock and a hard wall.
Sorry, Spike. I'm trying not to hurt them.
I know.
He squinted against the glare from Twilight's horn.
We gotta find somewhere safe for all these ponies. It's just like in Ponyville. You can't carry them all.
Twilight sighed in frustration.
You're right.
She cast about in search of somewhere, anywhere, to drop off the dozen-odd ponies hovering in her wake. And then she saw it.
There!
Twilight swooped down toward a wide crack in the street that opened onto a familiar tunnel. She put down the magicked crowd in a semicircle around the crack. Her horn let off wisps of grey smoke as its glow flickered and went out. She pointed at the crack.
Those tunnels lead deep into the mountain. They won't find you there.
Get inside, hurry!
The ponies began to scramble their way down into the tunnel. Suddenly,
Okay,
a
so
red
that's
dragon
Scribbler?
hopped down from a nearby rooftop. His upturned muzzle parted in a bloodthirsty snarl. Spike stared.
Garble?
He waved his claws.
That is not Garble. He has done some fucking growing if that is Garble.
Spike!
Why are you saying that? He never liked you.
Fixed her stance.
Spike, watch out!
She gritted her teeth, straining to reignite her aching, empty horn. The eyes on the schmooze-blinded dragon's wings narrowed. He growled low as he crouched in readiness to pounce. But he never got the chance to make good on that threat. A thick lasso shot forward and cinched around his ribs.
Let's go, Applejack.
And arms to his sides. The rope jerked and he was pulled off his feet. He flipped in mid-air and landed on his head. He groaned, but did not get up. Twilight and Spike shared a startled
What?
The rope's Earth Pony owner trotted into view, followed by a creature of legend. Twilight's jaw dropped.
Can't be.
Applejack's
It
eyes
is.
widened.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Friend. Twilight stayed dumbstruck for a time, her eyes darting between her friend and the coat-clad, bipedal beast at Applejack's side. Applejack frowned.
Twilight?
Applejack?
The voice that replied wasn't Twilight's. Applejack turned to the crack in the street.
Hey!
Climbing her way back out.
I'm alive!
Applejack fell silent, now as stricken as Twilight. The little Earth Pony filly raced over to her sister and leaped into a hug, nuzzling the mare's chest. The act snapped the two older ponies out of their reverie. Applejack squeezed her little sister back.
Oh, Applebloom! Thanks Celestia, you're okay.
She rubbed her cheek against the top of Applebloom's head. She squinted back tears.
I thought you... How?
Applebloom fidgeted and Applejack...
Turns out I've been walking around. I lost my bow, but I've been wearing Diamond Tiara's tiara for like the whole of this story. And that was a dumb idea, so.
Well, you see...
Twilight smiled.
Applebloom and some of her classmates moved to the clubhouse. I rescued them from there.
She cleared her throat.
They were, having an unscheduled field trip.
Applejack gasped.
Lion hooky! You little varmint! When all this is over...
You little varmint! Call her old sister a fucking varmint?
Then she hugged her sister again and let out a half-sobbed laugh.
I'm so happy you're safe.
I'm just happy that I'm reacting to something that Scribbler is doing an audio play for, and there is one genuine good, like, heartfelt moment in it. I'm so happy.
She gave Applebloom a gentle shake.
Don't you?
Well, there are moments like that, but they don't come often. You know, like.
Ever skip school again? You hear?
She squeezed her close once more, laughing again. Apple Bloom gave Twilight a pleading sidelong look.
So, Applejack, who's your friend?
The creature stepped forward and dropped to one knee, a storybook drawing come to life. She set down the smithing hammer and held out her hand.
My name is Megan Williams, and I'm here to help.
Let's go. Is that where we'll leave off here? Oh shit, man. Oh man.
Deep beneath the castle, and far beyond
Oh,
the reach
no.
of the din above, in Luna's dimly lit and darkly decorated private chambers, the Princess of Night reassembled herself with an echoing shout.
Nocturnes, attend us!
A herd of bat-winged grey stallions with slit-pupilled eyes galloped and flapped into the chamber, skidding to a stop
Okay.
before their sovereign and sitting to salute.
Pray tell,
Luna asked once they had all arrived.
did you retrieve the mantle from the old castle, as we once bade you?
Yes, Princess. It was found and repaired in accordance with thy wishes. We've kept it in the royal vault,
Said the leader of the Bat Ponies. Luna nodded.
Good. Fetch it.
That. This face. What the fuck is this face? This face is this sound. That whole face is the fucking Among Us sound right there.
The leader stared.
Your Highness?
Luna narrowed her eyes.
Was our command too complex? Need we repeat ourselves?
The leader cringed back. He swallowed.
No, Princess. It's just that there is a commotion on the surface. The city is...
Do as we command! Prepare the mantle now!
Luna folded her wings. As she turned and trotted away from her minions, a silvery tear stood out on her midnight blue cheek.
I know what I am.
All right. Okay. Okay. Don't know what that's about, but I will find out eventually. But I will say this. I don't even know if anyone's here, if anyone's still here. Maybe everybody fell asleep. But we were talking about the thing from G1 that everybody wants me to watch. I'll make you a deal. Scribbler needs to make like 3 or 4 more episodes of this. Whenever she finishes, epilogue included, I will react to all 4 of them. But in the beginning of the stream, I will put on the movie, the 22-minute movie. I gotta let this play though. I gotta let this play. Good so far. It's really good. Interesting story. Can't wait for this to get done. Such good pick for music, too. All of you did great. Greg F. Sassmaster Mickey, even though you were Bonbon. Lyra. Apple Bloom. Dragon. Which one plays the character of Dragon? Oh, man. Additional voices, additional voices, additional voice. Can I see anyone in additional voices? This song is so uplifting that it almost sounds like a Christian song. Next time, episode 04, Always Darkest. And she hasn't done that one yet, has she? No, she hasn't. Let me see. She hasn't. Nah, she hasn't. At least it's not in this playlist anyway. But you guys heard me. Whenever she finishes this, included with epilogue, I will be back. And I will put the G1 movie on. I would love to put it on now, but I think that wouldn't be good. I don't think anybody's here. So thank you for joining me. Remember to hit that like button. Hit the join button as well. I have a Mad Lad program. Join the fucking Discord. You get emotes and shit like that. It's just $1 a month. Be on the lookout for more content. You know, pimp, plug, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.